I would like to start the deliberation session of the student activity budget committee meeting. Oh, sorry, we are not gonna listen to my audio.
No, you just close out of the YouTube. Keep that audio wherever it is.
I can just close it.
Yeah, just close that tab. I know.
Okay.
Be fine.
Sorry, my bad. We're not keeping just. No, you're not. Okay, starting with the roll call, Senator Meister. Here. Commissioner Rye.
Here.
Commissioner Benitez. Here. Commissioner James.
Here.
Commissioner Hewish. Commissioner Levering.
Here.
Commissioner Founding.
Here.
Commissioner Pasapara.
Here.
Commissioner Fern.
Here.
Commissioner Buwa.
Here.
Commissioner Morales.
Here.
Commissioner Begenscher.
Here.
We will now go to open forum. Is anyone here for open forum? Since no one is here for open forum, I'm going to close open forum. Now moving on to deliberations, we will first start with Mav Pro. Is there any deliberation over Maverick Productions budget request for the 25-26 year? Commissioner Meister?
Due to some of the technical difficulties previously during our period of presentations, would it be possible to create a visualization on screen of their proposed and requested budget?
Oh. No, that's hard to see.
Zoom in.
Okay. That is their let's go over it. So this was their SABC allocation for the 24-25 year. This was their increase or decrease. The green is an increase, the red is a decrease. And then their request for 25-26 is located in column AA, and then their allocation will go in AB. Commissioner Meister?
Request for information, would you say that it's accurate that a 100,000 to 125,000 request is suggestive of a 25% overall increase from 24-25 to 25-26? I know we don't have the calculations up on screen, but
I can go over to them.
Okay.
Well, I guess I don't have them figured out all the way.
does it calculate based on line by line approval?
It does not. But we can write it that way. Commissioner Meister?
Request for information, is there a representative from Maverick Productions present?
Yes, there is.
Hi.
Hi. If I may direct a question to the audience. Okay. To Maverick Productions representatives, if present, a question would be during our previous SABC commissioners discussion and training, we were identified as a group within the larger SABC infrastructure that needed to understand the current status of the university budget. Our understanding from conversations, and please feel free to correct me if this is wrong in anyone's interpretation, is that we're undergoing a budget crisis at this time, and recommendations are to either decrease budgets or maintain zero increased budgets across the board. Are there any areas within Maverick Productions budget in your interpretation and recommendation as a leader for the organization that could be subsidized by reserve in the forthcoming year that you would be comfortable reducing to achieve more of a zero total increase from year to year?
Yes, so based in prior years, and I know with the budget crisis, we did put a lot of our spending on hold. Now that through guidance of our advisors, Bill and Aaron, we've kind of been the go-ahead to continue spending as we would for the remainder of the semester, and also keeping in mind that we were told a lot last year to try and dip into our reserves and get that down, which is what prevented us from having an increased budget as. But due to foreseen expenses and inflation and other materials and whatnot, we've asked for a higher budget to kind of combat these costs now that we don't have a $215,000 safety blanket to rely on.
Commissioner Koenig?
I would just say, in my opinion, is it the recent use of their reserve funds in the previous year and the lack of a budget increase, that maybe we could consider a budget increase for MAVPro because they were coming into a concert year, and consider decreases in other areas.
Is there any more deliberation on the, Commissioner Levering?
Request for information, Commissioner over here stated that we're going into a concert year. I guess what is the amount of money that MAV Pro is looking for to spend this year on the concert?
Am I allowed to talk? Okay, so for our concert year, we kind of broke it down in our presentation. In prior years, we have not gone over for the artist itself, a $50,000 budget. This year we would like to increase it up to 110 plus, I believe it was 40,000 for fees like renting out Baxter, alcohol sales and security and all that. It's up one, Drew.
Okay, right here.
You're good.
Okay.
So typically we mostly rely on our reserve in past years for this. I've only been a student here, so I can't really speak on like prior to 2022, but this would be like our normal concert budget. Anyways.
So it was 50,000 and now you want to spend 110,000.
We typically try and keep the artists between 50 and 70, just the ones that the company we go through, they pick on the lower side for us. So we're given a pre-approved list and then we just pick from that list.
Is there any further deliberation on MAVPro's budget request? Commissioner Meister?
A request for information from members of Maverick Productions. May I direct the question?
Yes.
Comparative to a traditional concert experience, what could be the anticipated savings for students attending a MAVPro concert comparative? Are they paying lower prices per entry? And if so, what does that price range typically look like for a student to attend one of these concerts, even with the majority of the concert fee being subsidized?
Yes, so for the Sean Kingston concert, which was 2023, the ticket prices with NUID was $10 general admission and then $15 pit. And then for the community, because we opened it up after a select time, I believe it was $20 to $25 for remaining seats. Typically we make money off of concerts through beverage sales and food sales, which goes into our budget for a non-concert year as a little boost. But having a bigger budget and pulling in a larger artist, we are looking relatively between maybe a $5 and $15 difference. So lower admission costs for students and community.
Commissioner Benitez?
Or if you wanna have a bigger, bigger audience to come, have you guys considered, increasing the price by like $5 and seeing how that might help kind of offset the increase in the price of the artist?
We have looked into it. Like I said, in past years, they have chosen to go with lower budgeted artists and to kind of keep the costs low because most of our audience that does attend are college students. College is expensive, so we try and keep that in mind. I know they pay the student fees ahead of time, but kind of that girl math thing where you pay less at that point in time, so it feels like you're getting more for that worth. Because a typical Sean Kingston concert, ticket prices is, I believe, 150 or more.
Commissioner Morales?
Just for information, can you share how much you guys typically make off the concert?
So, I know last year we made, I believe it was between 8 and 10,000, which is the highest we have so far. But yeah, so between 8 and 10,000 this year or next year, we're shooting for upwards of a 10 to 15,000.
Just, let's go into reserves and I can figure that figure out.
This will go into, it rolls over into our normal budget, so yeah.
Commissioner Meister?
I'd also like the record to reflect something, if I may, not necessarily a question, but just a note. While revenue generation may be more of a novel conversation for this SABC, it is traditionally utilized by organizations like Maverick Productions as well as the Gateway to help subsidize cost of the organization that aren't directly incurred by the SABC process for the students. So revenue generation is a pretty normative activity of fund day organizations. The other thing I wanted to note is this kind of generalized SABC utilization of large-scale purchasing through SABC approved programs and projects helps to make more equitable access for programs, as many students who attend the university may have different types of funding sources that allow them to attend and cover their student fees. And keeping per ticket cost lower helps to increase accessibility for students. So the logic and rationale is relatively sound from Maverick production standpoint, in my opinion.
Is there any further deliberate? Yes, Commissioner Hewish?
Request for information, you said you get like a pre-approved list of artists. Do students vote on which artist or does MAP select the artist by themselves?
So typically when we're given the list, we kind of put feelers out like, okay, because they typically give us some broad list of like genres and styles. So we'll put polls out periodically like, hey, what would draw you guys more, an indie artist or a rock artist or rap or whoever. And then from there, that gets narrowed down and our executive team goes through and does research and upkeep on the artist to make sure nothing controversial is picked or anything like that. And then executive team will vote on a final 5 options, and then it goes to our general members, which is currently a team of 40 students. And then we pick from there.
Meister?
Can you talk a little bit about, if I may ask a question, a little bit of the accessibility of the event itself? Traditionally, I would presume that the event occurs at Baxter Arena, is that correct?
Yes.
What does specialized like shuttling and or transportation look like for students who may want to attend the concert event, but may live closer to campus or not have access to transportation?
Yes, so we work with shuttle services and also the Orbit bus system to get students here as much as we can. We do pay a external fee to have the shuttles run late nights so we can get students home safely. So for the accessibility part on that aspect, we do have it covered. As for accessibility in the concert itself, if there's a service that is needed, they just need to reach out to us or have accessibility services reach out to us. And we've had sign language interpreters come before. We've had special sections for those in wheelchair or who may not be able to stand for long periods of time. So we do work closely with those offices to make sure those things are considered.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ryan.
For information, so I know last week you mentioned that you typically pull from reserves during concert years. If the budget you have the $110,000 for the artist, how much would you end up having to pull from reserves? If you would actually pull from reserves?
So we would pull about the 110 or up to, and then work in the other costs from our reserves. And then if we have like a general event and it under budgets, that money is most likely going into reserves for future years.
Commissioner Blubow.
Request for information. In last year's concert, what was the attendance record?
So for Baxter, are you meaning UNO specific or
Just in total.
just in total? We have, well, I don't remember the max capacity of Baxter, but we hit 85% of it. I know for student attendance, we had upwards of late 900 students, and then community probably filled the rest. Thank you.
Commissioner Meister.
Two-part. One, could we return to the previous Excel sheet slide?
Yes.
And then request for information, if I may direct a question. I was curious regarding the Maverick Production Grant program that you have active right now. It was my understanding from the previous meeting that there is a subdivision within your reserves allocated for specific monies from the grant program. I know that you currently have articulated that the reserve bucket is relatively lower comparative to previous concert years. However, with the current reserves available within the Maverick Production Grant Program subdivision, would it be possible to subsidize the current increase that you're requesting, or the current increase that you're requesting this year for the grant production program from that reserve subdivision?
Yes, it could. It would just impact the amount that student organizations can apply for, as we have to take the remaining balance for the semester into next year.
Okay.
Yes.
How much is currently in that subdivision at this time?
At this time, it's a little bit, it's around 8,000. I just had a budget meeting with my advisors earlier today, and we're currently in the process of waiting on receipts for 2 organizations. But as of that total, it was about 8,000.
Could that number from 8,000 be drawn down during the course and remainder of this year further?
Yes, so grants can either be $750 or $2,000. And they are highly encouraged to apply for the higher tier for a bigger, more successful event.
Going back to Commissioner Buop's question, Baxter Arena can hold 7,898 people for their events, and if 85%, that would be 6,713 people that attended that event, give or take a few. Is there any further discussion on MavPro's budget request for the 25-26 year? There is no further deliberation on math pros. We are now going to move on to the gateways. Starting off, I would like to make a little bit of an announcement. Today, while I was inputting these numbers, there was a little bit of discrepancy between what they were actually requesting and what was on their presentation. Me and Gateway have had a meeting and we've confirmed, so the numbers on the Excel spreadsheet is what they are requesting. So please do not go off of the slideshow presentation. Or I guess there's two numbers that are different on the slideshow presentation. So that if you see in like numbers that are different, that's why. So these numbers, let me zoom out again. These numbers reflect their actual request for the 25-26 year. Is there any deliberation on the gateways budget request? Commissioner Meister?
Just wanted to reconfirm, are there any Gateway members present who could provide answers to questions if needed? Okay. I'd like to extend the question to the audience, if I may. To representatives of the Gateway, I just wanted to reconfirm that increases in manager wages, senior staff, editor-in-chief and ad manager represent increases to meet minimum wage standard, as well as brief increases for proportional differences between managerial level staff and senior staff. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Senator Meister?
Just wanted the record to reflect that I think the Gateway did a very great job of moving towards a net decrease within the context of their budget request. They've been really intentional about limiting any increases to absolutely necessary wage and salary related increases, while also identifying areas where they could cut costs and be more efficient as an organization. Sounds like from the course of their presentation, they were just very intentional about approaching this in a way that was very efficient and effective and also fiscally responsible. So no further questions.
Commissioner Levering?
Yes, during our first meeting, I was not able to answer the question then, but there was a statement made of how the Gateway goes about determining what events to cover. There was some kind of criteria. Could you share again with us tonight what that criteria is on what events, I guess, meet the level 4 being covered?
I think that's just kind of dependent on staffing, like we've made an intentional effort to, I don't remember the exact number, we've come close to doubling our staffing, I think. And between setting minimums for, covering those things and covering everything on campus, like we just look to cover as much as possible.
In the last meeting, you guys also stated that there was a request for some more additional equipment. Could you remind the audience what those items were? I think you guys were getting a podcast or want to get a podcast started.
Can't remember exactly what was on the slideshow, but it was another microphone for the podcast that we recently started. And then a sports specific photo lens and more memory cards and another computer in order to help maintain our website.
Commissioner Levering?
I want to give my hats off to the the Gateway. I understand, you all have expressed clearly, being an independent newspaper and then, the kind of the climate that newspapers are under. However, I guess I'm more curious, are there any more innovative ways that the Gateway is thinking on how to make themselves more, I guess, I know you guys are out in the student, atrium handing out newspapers. Before, they're outside the student center, you had the devices where students used to come and, pick up the newspapers. There's a couple of stations like that inside the student center. So I guess I'm just curious what other innovations. I'm not expecting you all to build something, like a Tesla truck or anything, but what other innovations, I guess I'm curious, that may be possible to reach more of the students here at the university?
Yeah, I think we're already trying to do that with like the podcast and things like that were a big one. We're seeing our social presence increase a bunch, and that's things like, I mean, if you follow us, you've seen recently that we're doing ticket giveaways for things like Joe Gatto this weekend and Tate McRae later on in the year. Things like that, and we're always looking to explore those different avenues.
We're it's a huge struggle. It's a great question because it's a huge struggle because everybody has that fire hose in their hand of information where they can get from anywhere. And a lot of times our newspaper giveaways, that's why the print edition is so valuable. We'll go up to people and look at what is this? And we'll tell them it's a student newspaper. Nothing in the name of the gateway inherently tells you this is the UNO student newspaper, other than the little line below it that says UNO's independent student newspaper. But other things that we're looking at or we're going to do, I mean, we have A-frames all over campus. Probably everybody's got a little bit of QR code fatigue, but I mean, that is an easy way to try to get people to get to the website. Bill Pickett and Mav Pro have put those posters, they're like sticky posters on the ground, like you'll have for admission days that are going on right now for signing up for classes. And that's brilliant, right? Because when you're walking and you're looking down at your phone, you might trip over the QR code for a place like that. Our newsstands are, they're not only open for advertising, but they're open when we don't have advertising, we put our QR code there. And then I challenge the staff every meeting. They're probably tired of hearing it, but I need them to be not just intentional about it, but evangelical. Like they've got to tell their classes, they take papers to their classes and hand them out. And just hope that people get in a habit of seeing it. Unfortunately, right now where the industry stands, if you can get 10 to 20% of the audience share, you're doing really good. It used to be 50% for newspapers. Now they're all kind of fighting for, can we get up to 20%? We're around 10%. We want to be bigger than that, obviously. So that's a great question.
I do have one more question to all the work that you all are doing. I understand that the newspaper that you all print out is a 16-page tab, right? Understanding that people's attention spans are lower, I guess, have you guys ever considered reducing that, to a 8-page or 12-page tab in the future?
I mean, it's definitely something we can consider. It's not, our 16-page tab isn't like necessarily who we are. That's just what has happened to be the most, like where we can fit the best like amount of stories in. But I mean, also we have like an overflow of like content online that's more, I guess, digestible than like a full 16-page paper. And like that paper, like our print edition, like points them to that on pretty much every page.
Commissioner Rye.
I'm just curious, you mentioned the tickets, right? Where exactly are you pulling the money from to fund those tickets?
Those are provided to us via like partnerships with the like artists themselves.
So when those concerts get cheap, like we tell them what our rate is to advertise. And they say, how about we give you tickets? And we can't accept, we're not gonna accept tickets to Joe Gatto's show and put an advertisement in for them, but they got really creative and said, well, if we can increase followers, increase readership, and they're willing to give away, what are they giving away, 4 tickets for that? And then there's a contest going on right now. I didn't know her. Tate, was it Tate? Who is it? Tate McRae? Tate McRae. You have until 5 p.m. tomorrow to sign up for that. We're getting good response to that. And they did, we offered them, they paid us a little bit, like $300 or something to put that out on social media. So, but yeah, the tickets are donated.
Okay. Thank you.
Because I have a question for the gateway. This is kind of like, there's multiple questions within this. So kind of like how often is your print cycle? And also have you thought about where do you guys get your printing from? And like also have you tried to like seek out cheaper options?
We're targeting around once a month. That's something that's gone up. Last year, we just had like 5 or 6 editions, but we're on pace to have close to like 10, I think, this semester. I mean, this school year or calendar year. In terms of,
So we thought UNMC's print shop would be a wonderful option and they are outrageously expensive. Some of your groups have probably felt that like I hate to do this, but it's cheaper for me to go 2 blocks to Office Max, like half as much for some of our promotional materials. And then the White Wolf Web is a company out of Sheridan, Iowa that just has their print quality is just so good. It just like pictures come out well on it. And we were using Lee Enterprises, my old workplace's print shop for a while. And for the same price, we got just much better quality out of Sheridan, Iowa. But if you all know of any high quality print shops that we could send our printing to, please email me, text me.
Commissioner Meister?
Curious question. A long time ago, student government did a project on the archives. And we identified a lot of old student government documents as well as gateway articles back from about 100 years ago. But this is an interesting idea coming back around to engaging students and enhancing the opportunities for student groups and gateway engagement on campus. They used to have dedicated ad space for upcoming like student programs that were being run by student organizations, different things like that. Do you think it's possible within the current workflow structure of your organization to create dedicated spaces within the paper to highlight upcoming campus events, to enhance campus engagement, support student participation and involvement? It might dually increase readership as well as provide students an opportunity to be reflected additionally in the paper prior to an event occurring.
I think most of the time we do that as it is. I know like in our December edition, for example, it was posted right before the what was it, Beach Breast Fest or on the first, or maybe it was back in November. But anytime there's like say our welcome back edition and there was like de-stress fest in that, and then we post like the full calendar, and in every edition we put a full athletic schedule of just the home events, which get out. So we kind of already do things like that.
Well, and even beyond institutional events like student organization partnerships where you could reflect more student-led events or some of the efforts that they're providing advocacy to on campus prior to the event occurring. I know there's a lot of like institutionally led and structured traditions that are reflected in the gateway, but possibly collaborating with student organizations in some more formal way to identify opportunities to like highlight and collaborate. I don't know if that'd be meaningful, but one potential way to enhance campus engagement, utilization of the fund day fees for more collaborative, integrated campus-related programming.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And one pitch that kind of relates to that, I mentioned at the last meeting that the massive amounts of election spending trickled down to us in terms of pennies on the dollar, but nonetheless trickled down to us. And we have 10 A-frames that are not being used by the Gateway that I'm sure Trent would love to have spread across the campus, but we can facilitate that if there's an event going on or if there's an issue that you want to highlight at your next SGA meeting. So it's not just putting it in the paper or on the website, but you know, we can design a poster and put that up. We charge you a little bit, not as much as we would charge a company. So yeah, any kind of brainstorms in that department. We can also do that off of our social media too. But that's going to be more like Isaac was alluding to, is more like stories. I suppose there's a chance you can talk to Stephen Pure, he's not here tonight. Legal notice, like a kind of legal notice type thing, except make it not that boring, right? You know, like student notice or something like that. We could probably have a listing in our print editions.
Awesome. Thank you.
Commissioner Rai.
I don't remember if this was something we touched upon last time, but is the website that you guys run, is that run or is that monitored by UNO? Or is it a third party company that you work with?
It is not monitored by UNO, and that's part of the independence nature of it. And I do have to tell you that the administration, and I've only been here 14 months, but they have never once said, "Hey, let me see that story" or something like that. They understand the nature of how we're set up, and so we're not monitored by UNO. It's a third party. It's owned by Lee Enterprises. This will not make you real comfortable. Doesn't make me real comfortable. Lee Enterprises recently got hacked by, I think, Russians, like cyber terrorist type things. Knock on wood, but they did not get to the web platform side of it yet. So Lee Enterprises has all the newspapers they publish, and then they have a web platform service that's who we contract with. And it's they've done a really good job. I'm a little anxious about the whole hacking thing, but that's who does our website. Well, I should say that the students design it, but the maintenance of the website is through Lee.
Commissioner James.
Point of inquiry for the gateway. So thank you for the additional context. As we think about mediums that information can be disseminated through, we talked about previously podcasts. As one meeting, we talked about your web presence as a digital medium. You mentioned A-frames and the kind of additional way of having print media, not just in the booths across campus, but tell me more about your partnership with areas like Credit Correction Lab as a way to get out of this space to find different vendors, whether it is printing services down on Saddle Creek at UNMC, or if it's FedEx Kinko's, more about what it looks like to you and what you've done thus far.
Stephen Pure is our ad manager, and he was here last time. He'll be able to be here tonight, but Stephen's done a lot of talking to the creative printing lab. They do wonderful work, as you all know. As students, we haven't come up with an arrangement yet, but Stephen has made that introduction. I think that's a good idea. We would obviously have to compensate them for any work. UNMC, I think my guess is that they're used to working for doctors, right? Or for medical arms that are willing to pay a lot more for glossy materials than I am, frankly, or my board is. And so UNMC, we're in discussions with them because we do have a cost center with them, and there are some more affordable items that they have, like table tents. Table tents are another thing at the food court that the food court doesn't charge for those. So as long as it's not ubiquitous, right? It's just a small item. And so we think we can get some inroads with UNMC and kind of get away from the high cost stuff that they offer.
Awesome. Thank you.
Is there any more deliberation on the Gateway's request for 25-26? Further deliberation on the Gateway, we are now going to move on to Student Government Association. Is there any deliberation on Student Government's request for 25-26? There's a lot.
You're not gonna be able to get it.
We might have to do like
You can
one
zoom
and one,
in.
but if you just ask me to scroll, I will. So, okay, Commissioner James.
Point of inquiry, I noticed this evening there's additional article included in our, at least in mine. Would you mind explaining what this is and give some context to that, please?
So there was a lot of questions asked last week at the presentations that the student body president, Ashani, was not able to feel that she gave like the best answer to. So she went back and asked agencies, asked our exec board, and just different things like that, and went through and created this document that kind of goes through this. Commissioner Meister.
Point
of information. Were Maverick Productions and the Gateway provided the same opportunity to have questions submitted and then have them submitted and deposited without commission approval?
It's a good question. I never I guess I never sent an email to the Gateway or MavPro, but I also never sent an email, or there was never communication from Ashani. She just sent it and asked for it to be included.
Point of information, was this requested by the commission?
It was not.
I'd like the record to reflect that while this is very valuable information, some of the inconsistency in the opportunity that was provided by student government to have a document that other organizations were not provided the same opportunity to submit creates inequity within the commission process. Ideally, this would have been something we voted on together prior to viewing. We've now had it for the better part of the last 40 minutes in our hands without other organizations having the same opportunity to submit additional materials. I think before we consider the document further, we should have a commission vote to determine if this is appropriate to review and to include in our materials, since this wasn't equitably offered to all organizations. I'd like to motion for that.
Alright, let me just make a call.
Yeah.
Are you talking about this document?
Mhm.
Okay, because there is information that I specifically requested on this document.
Right, but in that, those comments that we were provided during presentation, prior to the period of presentation, we weren't, that was the final submission for information. And so while it may have been questions that we asked for, we didn't ask for like a specific submission of an additional document to our findings. So while it can answer some questions that may have been posed during the presentation, the responsibility of presenters is to be able to answer those questions when they come to present, and that we have an equitable and consistent framework for how we review information that's provided to us. If we set the precedent that organizations can submit information that is not requested by the commission after the date and deadlines for presentation submissions, and we don't extend that same latitude to other organizations, that can create inequities in the way that information is provided and disseminated to us as a commission, and can create situations wherein organizations are not equally and equitably able to advocate for their own funding, and can create discrepancies in the decisions we make as an organization for funding. While in principle, it can be helpful information, in practice, it's inequitable. And that's a big concern for me individually as a commissioner. The commission might not share my view on that. That's totally fine. But I think that at the very least, we should consider it as a commission before deciding that it's appropriate for inclusion. I don't think that it's appropriate for us to diverge from the process that we set out to the organizations without voting on that together.
Commissioner James.
Point of clarification, a motion was posed to the floor, waiting for a second. So based on procedure, the next would be to either fail the motion or get a second for the motion. Is that correct?
I think in the midst of my motion, we had a question from another commissioner, so I'd like to motion now if that's okay.
Yeah, I was gonna, we can go back to the motion because it was in the middle of it. The motion was not fully made. Yeah. Commissioner Meister.
I'd like to motion to review and approve the inclusion of the documents that were provided by student government in our folders for today's event. That's the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Senator Meister. Is there a second?
I guess a point of clarification, Commissioner Meister, are you asking the commission to approve this document or to disapprove this document?
To decide whether or not we should even be looking at it.
I second that.
Commissioner Pasapara seconds the motion. The motion has passed. So we keep it?
We go to a period of voting.
Okay,
No,
all
we
those
go
in
into
favor,
debate.
will you please raise?
Debate.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion that was just made? Commissioner Benitez?
I feel like regardless of the fact of whether it's like equitable to have this information. I feel like more information is better than no information, especially from student government's perspective with all the different agencies. A lot of them weren't there to be able to kind of explain more thoroughly on their specific agency. So I feel like this document offers some more I guess some more information on really how many students they're serving, kind of how many costs that should be incurred from that. So I feel like overall it's a better document than nothing, since, you know, the only one that was able to kind of answer these questions was Shawnee. And it didn't really take into account all the different directors that could have been there to kind of present. And, you know, we have some directors here now, so they can also add some more clarification onto these specific data points. But I feel like overall, it's just it's better to have this here rather than to not have this.
Commissioner Meister.
Yes, I'd also like to agree with the senator with regards to the importance of the information. I'd like to disagree with regards to the appropriateness of providing the information. While it is very true that this additional information will help us to better conceptualize the agencies and the student government's request, by virtue of utilizing this document and not allowing that same opportunity to Maverick Productions and the Gateway, we're creating an inequitable situation where student government's responsibility when they were coming to us was to have appropriately consulted and communicated with their agencies to understand their budget lines and then to present to us equally. We did not provide the same opportunity to submit additional materials to Maverick Productions and the Gateway, and the responsibility on student government was to have been aware of their agency's needs and programmatic functions as the agencies per SABC function underneath student government. So by creating a situation where we're accepting additional information from student government and not extending that opportunity to Maverick Production and the Gateway, we're providing them privileged opportunities within SABC that have not been extended to the other organizations. That doesn't mean the information's not important. That just means we're creating an equity by doing this.
So I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
So what is the difference between the numbers changing for the gateway prior to this meeting when you guys were presented different numbers in this document? Commissioner Meister.
Absolutely nothing. I don't believe that was appropriate either.
So. Commissioner Pickensure.
I have a point of clarification.
Yeah.
So when this document does have information that other commissioners requested from the organization, how is this information giving them an edge when commissioners asked for some of this information?
Commissioner Meister.
Presenting that to the chair in response. For any questions related to like, how can we get information that we're requesting from the organizations when they're coming to present, it would have been by setting up a structured process where they could provide feedback and everyone could have access to that opportunity. I think that if we're asking questions of them, typically that's within the context of the presentation. If we provided a structured opportunity for them to provide feedback to us, and that was equitably and equally accessible to all organizations, then I think that would have been consistent and could have been an appropriate or more equitable way for us to request that feedback. Because I would like to note that I think many of the commissioners' points about needing to ask for information are absolutely relevant. That's absolutely what we're here to do. But we have to make sure that when we're providing spaces where we're requesting information, we're requesting comment, that we are able to receive comment and feedback from all organizations who are participating in the process. So the way that information can be provided to us is not different from organization to organization, as that creates inconsistencies in how we're reviewing them and possibly could lead to inconsistencies in how we allocate funds. And so in principle, again, the additional information, the requests for information are not inappropriate. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that additional inclusion of materials that others didn't have the opportunity to include creates inconsistencies in our process. It would have been something similar to if we were asking organizations to submit information to us and we told two of them they needed to submit presentations and we told another one they just needed to provide us what they wanted to purchase. And then we were reviewing all three of them under the guise of having a presentation present. It would be vastly inconsistent in the visible and material resources they were able to provide us to advocate for their position. And so by virtue of doing that, it just it could possibly lead to an inequitable outcome in the way that we cut or do not cut funds.
Is there further discussion? Commissioner Rye?
Quick clarification. If this motion were to go through, are we supposed to get rid of this document
Yes.
fully, completely?
Mhm.
Okay. Even though we've already, like, most of us have gone through and read through it, so
Yep.
we wouldn't consider the information that was brought on here
Exactly.
during our debate.
Just point of clarification, I haven't looked at this document while we've been here, so I don't really know what's been on this. I haven't paid attention to it, so just want to make that for the record.
Commissioner Koenig?
This is just my opinion, but I don't feel that we have the responsibility to act as a jury in this situation. I don't think to have this information and say we're going to discard it, I think is a bit of a waste of our time.
Commissioner Meister?
For questions relating to like what our responsibility as a commission is, my understanding of our responsibility within the structure of Fund Day is to provide a accessible process for Fund Day organizations to receive funds from the Student Activities Budget Commission, that we first receive requests as the commission. We then take those requests and receive presentations on them. From that presentation, we then deliberate and make a decision on how we can fund them. And those funds impact across the campus, the accessibility of the work that we do to enhance the lives of students as a student community. I think that it is well within our purview to consider how we go about equitably and responsibly distributing budgets. That's my position at this time.
I would like to note that, have to be on the record that Ashani, the student body president for SGA, is not here. There is a representative from MavPro and there is a representative, at least 3 representatives from the Gateway. There is not a representative from SGA here that can solely talk about the entirety of SGA without being unbiased. So, is there any further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Levering?
I think what Commissioner Meister is making, clear point as far as the inequity of SGA being able to submit this document versus any other agencies. I just want to make it, clear on the record that President Ashani stated that, well, to the best of our recollection, these were questions that the commission was asking during the first night. However, I don't think there was a request for a document to be submitted to the commission itself. Further, it looks clearly here, which is on the PowerPoint, that these are talking about the different agencies. President Ashani mentioned that SGA, which has control over the agencies, are having difficulties with them complying. And so the agency should be, representatives from the agency should be present. I haven't seen anyone from, I think it's the International Student Service Agency during this entire time to ask any or answer any of the questions that the commission may have. So I would support Commissioner Meister's motion to get rid of the document.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Meister?
I'd like to note that, for the record, while I have a very strong position on the inclusion of this document doesn't reflect any of my positions on any of the student organizations who are participating in the Fund Day process. It's more on a principle of ethics about how we are approaching the Fund Day process in totality. Whatever decision you make is the commission's decision, and I will respect that. But I think we would be remiss if we did not have discussions about potential errors in our process that could give the perception of inequity in the way that we are approaching the work that we do with the student body. We've had an incredibly, profoundly, at times catastrophically complex year relating to the Fund Day. And I think that in these times when we're having conversations about the necessity of restoring trust in that process, consistency, equity, intentionality, accountability, not just to the folks participating in submitting budgets for themselves, but in the ways that they are requesting those budgets and the ways that we're holding ourselves accountable as we are accountable to the student government and accountable to ourselves to do these processes correctly is absolutely necessary. I'd also like to note that members of the student government leadership have just walked into the room and can now be available to provide information and feedback, and very well could, from this document, if we were to discard it, take the document and then provide us.
Commissioner Koenig.
I move to end discussion.
Commissioner Koenig has a move. Is there a second for that? Commissioner Signature.
I'll second.
Okay, is there a second for the motion that is on the floor? First motion by Senator Meister or Commissioner Meister.
We already had a second.
Oh, okay, sorry, okay.
Well, this is a technical discussion.
Okay, all those in favor for ending the discussion, please raise your placard. Um, 11. All those opposed? With that, the motion passes, or the voting has passed. So now we move on to, we are seeking a
Now there's a vote.
vote for the motion that has been brought to the floor by Commissioner Meister is,
Clarification.
yes.
Is this a motion to recuse this paper? Or is it just like, what's this motion specifically for?
Commissioner Meister.
It was a motion to consider. A yes would be consideration, a no would be withdrawn of the document, and it would be returned to the person who provided the document, who is now here. And
So a yes is saying this stays and a no is saying they should take this back. Okay.
With that, for all those in favor, please raise your placard. 6. All those opposed? 6.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, 6. Yeah. Yeah, this has.
I make a motion to keep the document in. Is there any more deliberation on the budget request for Student Government Association? Commissioner James?
I will yield time to representatives of the Student Government Association to speak towards the document we just included into. I yield time for you.
Sorry, I just got here. What am I supposed to talk about?
Commissioner Meister?
may I direct a question to the audience? So we were just talking about the document that was submitted later. Initially, the motion that we just discussed was relating to whether or not it was appropriate to include the document because there hadn't been submission of the document and opportunities for submission of the document provided to other groups, Maverick Productions and the Gateway namely. We made a decision to keep the document for inclusion despite that at this time as a commission. We're now asking, from my understanding of the request to the audience to you, if you could provide us a little bit of information behind the need for submission of this document, and then a little bit about what you were hoping to communicate to
Okay,
us.
so I thought this document was because I wasn't able to answer specific or specificities in your questions at the last SABC meeting. I don't remember which commissioner it was, but someone had, yes. Thank you. Someone had asked for agency numbers on students here. So that's what those numbers indicated, because you all asked that questions and I wasn't able to do that in a timely manner. So I compiled this document. And then the other thing, you guys also asked for the sustainability and increasing student legal services. So I just summed up some bullet points, basically like creating a more concise list of like what I had discussed, so keep that at the forefront of your mind. Then you also asked for an SOS budget breakdown, and I said I would provide that to you all as well. I I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do that. I would just wanted to make sure that I was like upholding my end of like making sure you all have the information when deliberating.
Commissioner Meister.
Providing additional context to the conversation to a member of the audience, if I may. The concern wasn't necessarily with the efforts to compile the document or submission, but more that as a commission, we failed to provide that same opportunity to other organizations, and it was included in our materials before we had voted on it as a group. So it was more of a commission-related issue rather than a submitter-related issue. Just wanted to note that. So I think the group, now that we've discussed, and commission, feel free to correct me if this is wrong, is now just wanting to better understand what's more contained in the document rather than the rationale behind it. Understanding like how it adds additional beneficence to the commission's deliberations today.
Well, I think as I said that I just wanted to make sure you guys all have the information that to make make this discussion a lot more meaningful and informative. And this is just solely based on the request that I had or I was given. I think the purpose of this document is to just really show the spread of our agencies, kind of how we have in space here, but also ensuring that you understand the scope of student legal services as well, and what that expansion.
Is there any more deliberation on the SGA budget request? Commissioner Koenig.
This might be a silly question. Within this budget request, are the student worker wages included?
They are.
Nine.
Within the, sorry, you mean within this 551 number? That's up there?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go on. I have a bit of a small issue with our student worker wages that are included for our agencies, not including student legal services, just because of the fact that these positions in the past have been volunteer positions, and that it concerns me that while this used to be a volunteer position, it might have been occupied by someone who's very passionate about the issue. But since it became a paid position, there might be candidates who apply to this position because they need a job and not because they are specifically looking to support students. And it also concerns me that these agencies have paid workers, while there are other groups on campus that do not receive a budget at all, let alone have paid staff.
Commissioner Meister.
With regard to my own position on the current student worker wages, I think that the student agencies have been funded at least since the 2017-2018 SABC cycle for paid positions for all directors. As part of that initial SABC that made that decision was made to help empower student advocates on campus with an opportunity to have more stable stipend-based structure, and to progressively move our campus towards recognizing the material and intentional contributions of our student advocates, and the impact they have on campus and the ways that that can take away from opportunities to possibly participate in other work-related activities. Personally, I think that one can have a passion for something and also receive material compensation for that. And that at the same time that student government has a process for approving and disapproving of potential candidates for these positions, and that they're selected through a very rigorous interview process and confirmation process, which replicates many structures that we have across many types of communities, governments, structures in our society. I think that these particular positions have a strong degree of beneficence for the student body, and allow for an intentional, focused, dedicated effort towards the execution of student government related activities and its umbrella, and believe that they have and should continue to be funded at the rate they are, and that our intentionality and equitably distributing those funds across the agencies to ensure that each of them can have directors paid at the same rate, that they meet basic minimum wage and hopefully at some point cost of living in Omaha would be something I would support as a commissioner.
Is there any further deliberation? Commissioner Meister?
I think as we discussed the previous week with the Student Government Association, opportunities possibly to subsidize parts, if not sections of the budget from the reserves remain a pretty strategic opportunity given the substantive side of the size of the student government reserves and recent findings that the reserve may need to be cut up to by half. Would I be able to extend a question to the audience? For representatives of student government here, if you're comfortable answering and there's no pressure whatsoever to do so. Have you had any additional opportunities to talk about areas within this budget? I know you proposed possible areas within the budget that could be under consideration for reserve subsidization in the next year. But are there areas of priority that you'd like to discuss with the commission today that could be part of some reserve organized plan? And then how would that be sustainable over years to make sure those things continue to be funded?
Yeah, so the main thing that we plan on subsidizing with reserves is student legal services, as mentioned before. The goal with that is to reduce it down to $200,000. Yeah, I guess $200,000 and decrease it by like that 85 and some change. And then sustainability wise, so this money, because we already funded for 4 months, we're gonna have a lot of money going into the reserves from this past year, which will put us under the threshold for next year to sustainably increase that amount slowly so that we don't overwhelm that increase percentage next year.
Commissioner Koenig?
I was actually a SABC commissioner for the previous year's commission, and it was under my understanding that this policy of paying worker salaries, specifically a minimum wage rate, is relatively new to the last 3 years, including this year.
Commissioner Meister?
More so from previous responses that I provided relating to the student worker positions within the budget, that they have been funded since 2017, 2018, insofar as the establishment of minimum wage as a criteria. I do not know when it transitioned from stipend to minimum wage. So I think that comments that I've heard from commissioners as well as the statement I made could both be correct at the same time, just to acknowledge that.
I can provide some context if that's okay with the wages. You're both right. I think previous to a couple years ago, they were stipends. However, the issue was with fair labor, they weren't being paid a minimum wage for the hours that they were working. So that weren't meeting that criteria, and it had to be moved to minimum wage if it was going to be continued to pay agency directors.
Commissioner Meister?
Request for information from the audience. Because my understanding is at one time, do correct if this is wrong, that there was a stipend-based payout that each hour that was worked was minimum wage, but then when that stipend ran out, there was no way to pay them. So there could be the possibility that they'd be receiving pay up until a certain point, but might have a certain amount of hours they needed to work every week for the like Firefly structure, and then that would have been incompatible with the stipend system.
That certainly could have been true. So the university does not pay stipends any longer to student workers, so that wouldn't work that way. I don't think there was accurate hour tracking when it came to agency directors, so there's no way to match up those stipends with how many hours were actually being worked.
Is there any further deliberation? Commissioner Levering?
So when it comes to student worker wages, I think, there's been a precedent setter that there's now an expectation that student agency directors are supposed to be paid. I mean, however, if you compare those to the many student organizations and people who are working as, the presidents of those organizations, then, I mean, to be equitable, we would be having to pay those presidents, because I know they're doing just as much work as these quote unquote, agency directors are. So I just want to be careful that, and certainly I'm certainly am a, proponent of, fair labor, rights. However, I don't want to set the precedent that it's an expectation that, this will be there year after year. I just think it's a dangerous, precedent to set that if that expectation is there, then they will expect to, to continue for the agency or student government to continue to pay them at the state's minimum wage levels when a lot of their peers are putting in the same, hours, time and sweat to get, the work done and who are not being paid for it. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record.
Commissioner Meister?
I guess just to let the record reflect, from that archives project we talked about previously, there have been variable periods of time where student government, the Gateway Maverick Productions, have paid all of their executive officers since the incorporation of the University of Nebraska at Omaha. That has been variable from year to year, and that's why we are allowed to pay out salaries, because at one point, every single member of the student government executive leadership had salaries. That is no longer the case. It's moved to a volunteer basis. But I think the provision that we can consider salaries is important when we decide to approve or disapprove salaries. I think it's really important to consider that, like, once a salary is established, a change in practice like that needs to have a pretty substantive articulation for why we would discontinue the practice. That would need to be really based in evidence or some kind of failure to appropriately produce services for students, because we've already provided the justification for why the role was necessary and continued to fund it year over year. So it would be inconsistent in practice for us to slash a salary from an organization, particularly in a fiscally difficult year, unless it was absolutely indicated that we would be demonstrably changing the services we'd be providing. The inclusion of new salaries, the addition of new salaries, such as the consideration for the Student Legal Services Office that we're considering this year, are opportunities for us to make the determination if an increase in necessary paid services are necessary for our organization. But as far as existing paid services, I think we've shown year over year the beneficence and the intentionality behind funding positions that are already funded. I think that to cut those this year would be a departure from that without some substantive evidence that we were changing practice. It would just seem to me not to be indicated based on what we're hearing. If we are hearing from students that we are failing to produce programs, that we are failing to produce opportunities for students, that we're failing to reach student populations, that would be one thing. But I'm hearing far to the counter of that many of the programs that are described by the Gateway, Maverick Productions, student governments, paid positions have been demonstrably impactful for students on campus. And it provides students opportunities to engage in more independent types of advocacy on the campus than they might otherwise be able to in additional positions that are provided through student work, because while student work can be demonstrably impactful for progression into career track, this work can be particularly independent for opportunities to create and affect social change in your own community. So I'm in strong support of student wages. I know that they can be a complex topic, but I do believe we have articulated year over year the beneficence of their continuation.
Commissioner Koenig?
Several comments and a clarification. My clarification is that we're discussing worker wages only for the agencies and not for the Gateway or for MapPro. And then my comments are to the area that currently we're discussing minimum wages for these agencies, but that has only been a practice for the last 2 years, so it's not set in stone the way that these other fundings might be. And I also think that it is our responsibility each year to decide an individual budget for that year. And so while we might take into consideration past year's deliberations, it's our independent responsibility. So what might have been a practice that was heavily encouraged by previous SABC need not necessarily be something that we feel the need to endorse.
Commissioner Fickinger?
To comment on the discussion, I feel like having as many paid positions on campus as possible is a great way for students to have accessible work
because some students may not be able to travel off campus, or they might not be able to work around their class schedule. So having positions on campus that are paying the students gives the students an opportunity to have a job. So they're building those skills for the workforce, but then they're also able to work around their schooling so that they don't have to sacrifice something in order to be making money.
Commissioner Morales.
Point of clarification, so I know you said you are referring to student wages for agencies and not for the gateway and for preventions. So like, if we were to decide like to cut that, wouldn't that need to apply like to all of average productions to make it fair that they're not able to
Commissioner Meister.
also pay?
Point of information and to let the record reflect for the commission. While we may articulate positions within our own deliberation of how specific things need to happen, reasonably, the commission can make any decision they want on any line as long as it follows the internal operating procedures of the SABC. But within our work and deliberations, we articulate positions based on ethics, positions based on responsible budgeting principles, different things like that. Reasonably, you could cut just from one specific organization and not the others. There's no prescriptive rule that says you cannot. The ethical implications of doing that, right, create inequity, as you're, I think, very accurately describing. If we were to cut from one organization, that would be a judgment from the SABC on whether or not we believe the specific request they're asking for is viable and appropriate. And so if we were to apply a principle of equity to cutting wages, and we were to say generally that wages are not something that we believe we should be providing through the SABC structure and fund day approvals, and that went across the board, then that would apply to every organization. If the principle was relating to specific types of positions or specific responsibilities, then that might apply in spotted form across organizations. Or you could talk about a very specific position and modifications you would need to make to that position. It can get more complex the more refined the adjustment is, because you need to know more about the specific item to not make as blanket of a statement. I don't know if that's helpful at all, but there are a lot of different ways we can look at it. A lot of our deliberations, I think at many times have focused on our own opinions, our own judgment, our own reflections as commissioners, that then if we wanted to make a motion, we would need the commission's support in advancing that opinion or idea beyond ourselves.
Commissioner Rye.
Just for clarification, I'm gonna break the question to BPU. MAPRO does not have any student workers, does it?
No, no one in MAVPRO gets paid any sort of salary, stipend, etc. It was cut out of our program, I believe prior to COVID, and we found no reason to bring it back just because we'd rather have passionate people than people looking to get paid.
Commissioner Koenig.
I had a couple of comments. One was that I definitely agree that we should have as many paid student positions on campus, but I think that kind of counters my point, which is that I don't want these specific positions to be people who are looking for a job and who need that job, because I want this to be people who are passionate about this service and about helping students. And then also, I would argue that the Gateway is a little bit of a different circumstance than these agencies, but because the Gateway, in my mind, is essentially making a product. And so they need to be paid, in my opinion, because they're doing like an actual like job that's making something that's going out and making money, like comparably to any business off campus.
Commissioner Levering.
So I may be a little misinformed here, but so we're paying the agency directors, correct, currently. Should the agency directors be here tonight?
To my knowledge, as far as I know, and Ashani can probably speak to this, I think that there are 2 of those the 6 agency directors here.
And so are we paying them for their time here tonight?
I'm gonna direct that to the student body president.
There are allotted spend hours of work per week. 6 of those hours are for like public office hours for the student body. And then 4 is up to their discretion. They also have other requirements such as like hosting board meetings, planning events. And all that is documented into a work log that is submitted to the director of the EIA for compensation. So there are steps in place to ensure that like agency directors are well aware of their time and how to spend it. For required meetings from SGA, they are allowed to like allot that time, but they also need to keep in mind the other requirements that are expected of them as agency directors on a weekly basis.
Commissioner Meister.
One thing I'd like to just note as a point of information and to let the record reflect for the commission is that the outputs and deliverables of a position can be complexly variable. When you have community contributions, creative activity, artistic endeavors, the creation of programs, the development of a newspaper, all of these are different types of outputs and deliverables that reasonably a position could create. Those outputs and deliverables can be different depending on the different types of programmatic structures that require utilization of specific positional functions. I would be remiss if I did not take careful care to say that productivity is not necessarily defined by tangibles, by specific physical products that are created, but necessarily by the service that is created for community and the impact that that service has. And those different services can have goals and objectives and tasks and measurable ways to articulate the way that those organizations, institutions, structures create things for a community. I think that we can measure that impact and we can have conversations about that impact. I think we saw that for student government and their directorships and the ways that student agencies have contributed to measurables like student engagement on campus, measurables like student attendance at different events, measurables like opportunities for students to have increased feelings of engagement or increased feelings of belonging or increased feelings of opportunity on campus to feel empowered, to have opportunities to express themselves. While these are more subjective measures and measurements, I think they are very valuable and sometimes difficult to put on a spreadsheet of how we impact the lives of the people around us. I could use an example from my own profession. It is very difficult to demonstrably talk about how the impact of therapy can change somebody's life. If I were to try and put that on a spreadsheet with specific types of measurable, subjective and objective frameworks, but I think many would agree that there can be a significantly demonstrable impact to the ability to process through complex emotional problems. The same can be said of organizations that have positions and structures that primarily focus on relationships, that focus on engagement with people, that focus on building communities such as our agency directors. So.
Commissioner Wright.
I would like to note that while I can't speak for all the directors that I have talked with this year, they are all passionate about what they do. And they're not just doing the bare minimum of pushing out these events, they're going above and beyond of hosting events that truly matter for them, that they truly care for, and that they think will benefit the community. So I do think that these individuals are extremely passionate, and they're also vetted through student government. They have to present a speech as to why they're qualified. And as senators, we have the ability to approve of that hiring or disapprove of that.
Is there any more deliberation? Commissioner Levering.
Well, I think all the commissioners have made sound and reasonable arguments for their positions. Certainly we want as many positions, work positions available on the campus. I agree with Senator Commissioner Koenig that, this is only to our recent knowledge, been approved for the last, 2 or 3 years. However, we heard it from the one of the members of Math Pro that they are not paid for the work that they are doing, and they're happy with still with the impact, and are able to, achieve a great success without being paid. From an equity standpoint, I mean, if we're paying these other agencies, I guess I do have a question, or I don't know how we pay those agencies, and if you don't justify paying, MAPRO or the Gateway. It's just a concern of mine that I would like to note for the record.
Commissioner Meister.
Just a point of information for the commission that, to the best of my knowledge, and I'd like to extend the floor to Maverick Productions to correct this if I'm incorrect, but I believe that it was a self-election by Maverick Productions to discontinue the funding of these positions. And it can also be a self-election at any time to reintroduce the positions for funding if they ever found it or deemed it so necessary.
That is correct. We just, in the past few years, we haven't really found a need. Our time commitment, for the executive team at least, ranges between 5 to 10 hours a week, and most of us have already like an on-campus job or off-campus. So the time and effort that we put into our events, we have 1 hour exec meetings, 1 hour weekly meetings, and then some of the staff like myself and Sam, who's our president, have another hour meeting. So that's 3 hours a week. So we really don't find the need to have those paid anymore. We have considered it and talked about it in our executive meetings, but we just don't really see why.
Commissioner Ryan.
Question to anyone in the audience who can answer. If SABC, the SABC Commission were to say that we do not want to pay agency directors, is student government still allowed to pull from the reserves to pay for it, or is that something?
To my knowledge, as far as I know, there can be a resolution written through student government to pull from those reserves in order to pay the agency directors. Is there any other discussion?
Like a quick question. So there are like more people working in these agencies than just the directors? Anyone who can answer? That's a yes, right?
Agency directors, what are their responsibilities to manage the board? So they do recruit work alongside board members on a weekly or bi-weekly basis to ensure that programming and events are functioning here.
Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Meister.
As far as our discussion goes, I'd just like the record to reflect that the Budget Commission, by virtue of organizations not submitting requests for specific line items, is not necessarily withholding, say, for example, Maverick Productions from requesting or receiving funds for salaries, but they can self-elect to include specific salary line items within their budget. So I just wanted to note for the commission's record that we're not creating inequity by somebody not submitting a request. That would be no different than us giving student government money for student legal services, but saying it's inequitable by not giving that same money to Maverick Productions. If they don't elect to request the money, then there's not something for us to consider oftentimes. And I would say throughout my known history of SABC, looking back at several decades during the archive process, it has not been our prerogative to create new lines that organizations did not request. So we would not necessarily be withholding them from funds if they didn't ask for it.
Is there any other discussion? With no further discussion, I am going to end the deliberation on SGA or Student Government Association. And with that, I'm going to seek a motion from a commissioner to take a 10-minute move to groove. First from Senator Rye, and then a second from Commissioner Koenig. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, will you please raise your placards? With that, we will take a 10-minute move to group. We will reconvene at 7:09.
No. I mean, we debated this specifically during so much last year. Yeah. No, just like Kyle in high school, just like going to work and then, yeah.
I am just.
Oh, it just gets my brain.
Yeah.
Oh, they already voted?
Yeah.
Oh, they just discussion, because otherwise it's like. It's important.
You're
Well, I mean,
Uh-huh.
we originally were talking about this last year, I have a completely opposite position, and they were just like brought up to me, they were like. And I was like, okay. My opinion has changed.
So during the each phase, we're going to like a period of it, you can, during the vote, you can make an amendment to. Like whether or not we
Yeah, I didn't think of
We haven't. And I mean, if they say we're moving into voting, you can now only consider what we've already deliberated on, then we could just return to deliberation. We can just motion to do that. So there's, within the structure of the meeting, we could at any time debate one of your motions in order to amend what we're doing.
everybody. Well, everybody who wants. Like, if there's a request that is like.
If we're moving to voting
right now.
because we're probably gonna go
Like,
line by
to be
line.
fair, if there's
Approval, that's what we're gonna
do.
But you can make a decision on any line at any time to increase, to decrease. Again, while I said it's not our prerogative to remain lines to increase, you can. You could be like, oh, yeah, man, I wanna give that $1 million for postage, and you could just be absolutely.
I think it should be
goofy about it, like just be like, yeah, man, $1 million for postage, I think that sounds good. And then if everyone approves it, right,
And
then
then
it's like,
do it there.
and then student government's gonna see that and be like, garbage. But at least all that's with us, we can say, here's what our recommendations are, and then we are supposed to be the expert body that informs student
Oh, yeah.
government's decisions about what they send out to the chamber.
Yeah.
They just like go through
Oh, yeah. No, it's like. Good thing.
You just wait until it's 10 p.m.
Go over like one.
Like,
Hand it down. I was just drinking them like water.
That was all right. And I was taking my time, like, taking minutes on that. That whole discussion. Are you kidding me? There's like every single discussion, like summarizing everybody's point. That was. It kept going. Oh, God. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm glad it was on, like, one way or the other. I have AI. I will AI. I will chat to you. Yeah, I will. She had a good. Yeah, it was just kind of the same. Do it. I dare you to do it.
So additionally, now.
The reality is.
Yeah, but I can't. I'm saying, that might just stick together. I know, I was mostly thinking that. I know, I saw you when they were doing it. They're like, I haven't been here. I was like, huh? All people in this family.
Medical school somewhere, not as much.
Obviously, like.
Oh.
Sorry to come.
Oh my gosh, wait, no, you're so good. I like, I felt bad because like I still.
It wasn't. Oh, no, you're fine.
All right,
Just start taking.
Yeah.
I know, that was crazy.
Yeah, I think it's probably here.
Wait, all of it?
So I can make sense.
Oh. Sorry,
I'm so sorry.
Right.
I
That was kind of, I was bringing it up, was like, how.
I was wondering.
I think
there
it's
was
actually-
something else I didn't know off the top of my head.
Like right now? Well.
And
they can't.
Don't ask everybody.
I thought they were gonna have like, had last week, and I was like, okay, so it's super.
Reminder for check. I gotta do it.
It's okay. So I'm talking with Dawn.
Well, I get it. I just, I don't know. I felt like. Or like the budget breakdown, like I had no idea.
Are you able, would you mind pulling up the agenda just for a quick?
It was so.
Thank you.
She just devoured some stuff.
But
But I just, I was gonna mention.
You'd be like mid-bite and you'd be like.
like I forgot like Lincoln.
No, it's my son is in here.
Like gosh, lasagna, like that's so
Ew.
disgusting. And then it was broccoli salad, like
They really said you're getting your vegetables today.
broccoli salad.
Strong.
Okay.
Broccoli salad.
That sounds pretty fire.
Yeah, you're so right.
Take my plate.
I would think I'd be up to 5.
I'm gonna be like.
So, they made us go down by 12, but they testified at 4:30.
That's a present.
It was for the agency.
Don't worry, you'll see that on
It
LinkedIn.
was like, it's their new budget. They have to- It's like so like, and you're so tired after too, like. This board meeting.
Well, that's what this is. This is lobby time. You have 2 minutes off the lobby.
I
don't know.
I'm joking.
Well, it could have been an email, is what I'm.
Yeah, but I forgot my laptop because the way that they were practiced the meeting was not. Normal. I was like, where am I gonna bring like backpack and like have my laptop over here?
I'll just take the 2 back.
So one of those.
That discussion, keeping up, like typing everything.
How many, what's the?
So not fast enough.
At this point, you just have to record the meeting and then.
I'm having words.
If you go to like the diction thing, it'll record and type out with. I've used it for like professor.
Like I could like.
Do you think it'll be loud
Like
enough though?
speak it?
I use it for professor and I used to sit in the back.
Are you serious?
Like in a room like this, I would sit in the back and just turn it on.
I'm gonna try that, cause that seems like. Yeah, a lot of people have.
Oh.
You know, if you did that, I don't know what, I don't know what happened, it's impossible, I think the commission would completely destroy something.
I do that one time. I needed.
No, one of my classes, we have to. We have
My bad,
Bible.
it's in Spanish.
We have to have an AI like.
With it being 7:09, the meeting is now back in session. Next on the agenda is voting. We will first start with Maverick Productions. I do just want to give some direction just a little bit. We will be going line item by line item for the voting process. And there, for the specific line item, there can be more deliberation on that line item, not on the entire budget. So, Commissioner Meister.
Request for information. Is there any prohibition on increasing or decreasing line items from where they are currently?
If there is a motion that if you want to increase or decrease a line item, then we will go through the whole motion process and then voting, and then it will get increased or decreased depending on what you guys all decide.
Thank you.
And I would just like to know, like, once we have our vote in for that line item, it will go into SABC allocation. This column, if that makes sense. Okay, sorry.
Do we have this particular document? I know we have the 25-26. Still, I don't know. I don't know if
So
we are privy to this.
as some of you may know, there was a huge issue with the SharePoint access. You have some access to some files, some access you don't have. That is due to a couple different reasons of sharing certain files happen. It's it kind of broke the coding or the sharing process. So you can only have we are unable to share the entire SharePoint. We are trying to figure that out. So that's why I did share the things in the email that I did send to all of the commissioners. That is all located in the SharePoint. So this specific spreadsheet, I can try to share it if it is going to be requested by the commission. Commissioner Benitez.
I know since SharePoint isn't working itself, can't you just send your own copy? So you save it to your own file? It doesn't have to be a shared one. It could just be its own Excel sheet thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can do that with this, but we can do that, but this has to be updated because this is in the this is so that if you notice, so for Mav Pro, this goes clear back to 2015.
Yeah. So
this is just a basically a data sheet for all of SABCs from that time period. So I mean, we can file it and then I can put it in later, or I can save it, vote on it, and then I can update that according to what you guys decide tonight. Commissioner Meister.
Point of information, and to let the record reflect, I'd like to provide the point of information. Is that okay? If at any time this particular spreadsheet is not visible or accessible to any member of the commission or the audience for any reason, a commissioner can request a point of personal privilege to zoom in on the document, to request that part of the document be sent out. That is how you could request at any time additional access to ensure that you can appropriately make decisions within the scope of your role on this document or support someone from the audience.
Taker off.
And just as a part of that, as those requests come in, just to aid the facilitation of spreading and reusable, I can help in sending it out, because I do have access to that document. So I can aid in that process.
Commissioner Jeans.
So in that point, I looked over all of my Outlook items specifically from you, and I'm not seeing, obviously not this document, on the 25-26 document. The only reference I have to that in anything is the SGA overall file that you shared 2 hours ago. Where it only includes SGA, not necessarily the summary pieces, so.
Yeah, so.
Just to let you know.
Yeah, so a little bit more explanation behind that, because you might only see stuff for SGA. That is strictly because of the coding. I can pull it up and show you that on the SharePoint under organizational files, there is a section for the gateway, there is a section for Mav Pro, but for some reason, when sharing it, you guys do not have access to those certain files. I do not know why. We are actively trying to, we tried over the weekend to try to get you guys access, but we figured out that there was something with the coding and with the access that it's just not allowing it. So it was not intentional to not share those, because those weren't to my knowledge, initially shared, but they are just not accessible due to accessibility reasons that are out of my control. So with that, we are going to start with the first line item for total administrative expenses. Commissioner Meister.
Point of personal privilege, could we scroll just one column over to Y so that we can see the last amount they previously had? Thank you.
But I just want to understand that there was no total administrative expenses for last year, fiscal year 24-25, but there is a 2,500 line item for 25-26. Is that correct?
So for some reason,
If you, it's up at the special event insurance.
yeah, so it looks like for the if it's okay with the commission, I'm going to look at the presentation that Maverick Productions provided to double check the administrative expenses. Yeah, so in their presentation, it just says as administrative costs. And with the this Excel spreadsheet, I included that under total administrative expenses. So I'm going to seek a motion that they are allocated for total administrative expenses, $2,500. It was a second by Commissioner Rye. And now we will move on to,
Who's that motion by?
oh, sorry.
There's a motion.
Sorry,
Yeah.
by Commissioner Rye. It's seconded by Commissioner Benitez. We are now going to move on to discussion on this motion. Commissioner Meister.
There appears to be no substantive departure from the previous year. The justification provided in the presentation appears to be appropriate. I believe it's an appropriate expense to approve by line item.
Is there any other discussion? With there being no further discussion, we are now going to go to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your placard. With that, the line item for total administrative expenses is going to be $2,500 for the 25-26 fiscal year. Next, we are going to move on to the line item of public relations.
You want to do the vote?
Yeah.
I mean, to track the total.
Oh, yes, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to seek a motion that public relations for the 25-26 fiscal year is $2,500. Motion by Commissioner Rye and a second by Commissioner Benitez. Is there any discussion on the motion? With there being no discussion, we are now going to go to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 12. With that, the line item for public relations is 2,500. Moving on to the next line item of the large events. I am going to seek a motion for 25,000. Commissioner Rye. Second by Commissioner Koenig. Is there any deliberation on this or debate on this motion? With there being no debate, we are now going to go to a call for a vote. If everyone in favor could please raise your placards. And all those opposed? 1. Senator Meister, did you
No, not
vote?
opposed, sorry,
Okay.
in favor.
And then abstain? 1. With that, the motion for large events to be at 25,000 is passed. Moving on to the next line item of traditions. The line item for the request is 30,000. To make this easier, just as like a point of clarification, a senator can call for the line item, or a commissioner can call for the line item to change, stay the same, or yeah, so I don't have to call for a motion every time, if that makes it easier. Commissioner James.
I motion to vote and approve the request of $30,000 for this line item.
There was a first, or by Commissioner James, is there a second? By Commissioner Rye. Is there any debate on this motion? With there being no debate, we are now going to move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 11. All those opposed? And those that abstain? Commissioner Meister.
Point of input or point of information request to the chair, it'll be a parliamentary inquiry. Can the chair not request unanimous consent, and then in the absence of unanimous consent, we would then need a motion for some type of change? So example given, I'm seeking unanimous consent for general programming to be approved at $60,000. And in the absence of dissent, we would then just automatically approve it. Is that not viable? Question mark.
Sure, we can do that if that's if that is what you would like. So, okay. So please bear my wording on this. So we're now moving on to the next line item of general programming. I'm going to seek unanimous consent that the line item of general programming is $60,000 for the 25-26 year. Yes, or just all those in favor?
You would need a vote. Seeing no dissent.
Okay, seeing no dissent, the line item is going to be 60,000 for the 25-26 year. Commissioner Meister.
Point of information for members abstaining. It is appropriate to dissent for purposes of requesting your vote be recorded as an abstention if needed. So you could dissent to the unanimous consent. We'd go into a motion, and then you could abstain to that motion if you had a conflict or any reason for abstaining.
Commissioner Levering.
I don't know if my vote was counted appropriately in the general programming session. I don't know if it was the way you had addressed the commission. However, going back, it looks like Math Pro had $50,000 and there was an increase of $10,000 to be $60,000 this year. I would motion to actually decrease that back to $50,000 in general programming.
Are you going to second the motion?
If I may, there may be a way that we can do this because we already considered the question. Would you mind withdrawing your motion and then I could motion something?
I would withdraw my motion.
Commissioner Levering has withdrawn their motion. Commissioner Meister.
Motion to reconsider the previous question.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Meister to go back to the original or question beforehand. There is a second by Commissioner Koenig. So with, is there any discussion or debate on that? With that, if everyone could please, if you are voting in favor, raise your placard. All those abstained?
Well, those.
Oh, sorry, no's, sorry, no. Two.
Oh, no, reconsidering the previous question just allows us to reopen discussion on it. So by saying yes, you're letting us go back and talk about it more. By saying no, you're saying, no, we already made our decision on it. We're not gonna move forward, or we're going to move forward with other questions now. So a yes says Commissioner could potentially ask their question relating to changing the line item. If you say no, we've already voted on it, we're not going back. If you abstain, then you choose not to engage in this vote. But a yes would allow us to go back to the question that we were talking about before, which is what are we giving them for general programming? And then we'll answer that question again. Can we re-vote on that?
Yes, we're going to go to a revote. So all those in favor of going back to the line item of general programming, all those in favor, please raise your placard. All those against? Two. And all those that abstain? One.
Alright, so then I'll wipe that vote.
So with that motion passing, we will now go back to line item of general programming. Their request is $60,000. Commissioner Levering.
So last year, it looks like Math Pro spent $50,000 in their general programming. I think that is a substantial amount. I would motion that we stay at that. I'm sorry, I don't know if using the term motion is the correct or appropriate term at this time, but I would advocate that it remain at the $50,000 line item versus adding an additional $10,000 to the general programming, being that we already increased, it looks like large events in their budget. Is that appropriate to say?
So are you going to be making a motion for it to be 50,000?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Levering to change the line item of general programming to 50,000. Is there a second? With there not being a second, the motion does not pass. So going back, Commissioner Meister.
Motion to approve general programming at the number of 60,000.
There's a motion on the floor for 60,000. There is a second by Commissioner Morales. Is there any debate on this motion? Commissioner Meister.
I believe the articulation of increased programmatic output that's been provided by Maverick Productions appropriately substantiates the increase. I think at this time, the request in itself is appropriate given the purview of the commission, and I think it's a reasonable request to fund.
With there being no further discussion, we are going to move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. You're not, okay, yeah, just to make clarification, like if you're gonna have, just put your placard down if you're not voting, okay? So all those in favor, please raise your placards again. 11. All those opposed? 1. So with that, the motion passes. It will be $60,000 for general programming. Commissioner Meister.
Point of information, if I may. While we're in the budget and we're going line item by line item, we can motion to reconsider any line item if we have already approved it. Once we've approved the budget, we would have to motion to reconsider the entire budget and then motion to reconsider a specific line item. So once we've moved out of approval of Maverick Productions, it would just take 2 reconsiders to get back to a specific line. If at any time you want to do that, it doesn't just need to be the preceding line, it could be a line right up at the beginning. You could get further down and make a determination that further lines were more substantive than previous ones, and we want to go back and consider something that we'd previously approved. Noting also that the commission could say, we already voted on this, we do not want to reconsider. That can happen as well. So it's really important for us to deliberate on specific lines as they come up, but you can always reconsider if you need to through a motion to reconsider.
So moving on to the next line item, for the Maverick Production Grant. It is currently at the request at $5,000. Commissioner Wright,
My motion to approve $5,000 from the production grant.
there's a first, there's a second by Commissioner Fickenshire. Is there any debate on this motion? With there being no debate, we move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstain? 1. With that, the motion passes. So the Maverick Production Grant will be $5,000. With that, we move on to the total request of $125,000 for the 25-26 year. Commissioner Koenig.
Motion to approve $125,000 for the budget of Maverick.
There is a second by Commissioner Morales. Is there any debate? Commissioner James?
Call me on a question, Chair, if I'm wrong. The opportunity to interject here to suggest a repeat request allocation of previous year budget. The intent being a no increase in fee request by the broader student body. If that makes sense, essentially keep the request the same as the previous year if possible, unless we would need to go back into, as Commissioner Meister suggested, to a previous line item to revote and change by authority.
So just so are you saying that you would like to, you're advocating for it to keep it at 100,000?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, and so going back to that, like if we are to approve or deny this as 125, we would have to go back, or we'd have to put it up for a vote and a motion for it to go back in and then go then vote again for the specific line item. Okay. Commissioner Meister.
Not necessarily. He's asking to essentially to overwrite the budget that we just approved with the previous allocation. You could do that in a single motion. It would have to be approved, but you would essentially just superimpose
The line item.
24-25 onto 25-26. We would just move all those values over and would reconsider it all at once. Bar polling from a previous year, it would be very difficult to make a motion like that, so I've never come encountered with that before as a parliamentarian, but that would be an appropriate motion.
Just a request, who seconded the motion to approve?
Commissioner Morales.
Well, thank you.
Is there any further debate on the motion on the floor?
And then Commissioner James, you motioned to reduce the number from to 100,000.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, to, again, point being to mitigate an increase of fees to the student population or an increase of fees for the next year.
There was a second by Commissioner Meister? No?
No.
We need a second.
Okay, do we have a second? Commissioner Levering? Is there a debate on the current motion of keeping the request from the 24-25 year of 100,000? There is debate, so you'll start with Commissioner Meister.
I think during the presentation of Maverick Productions, they provided very extensive justification for why this increase may occur, given increased in cost adjustment for inflation, for conversations relating to expanding programming, for conversations relating to differentiating tradition and large events. To a total increase of about $10,000 for what would have previously been large events, and then helping to continue to subsidize their grant program and general programming activities. I think we should have, as a commission, very robust debate to articulate how we can conversationally justify budgetarily reconceptualizing the presentations from subject matter experts on their organization. Not to say necessarily there is a position one way or the other that we should take as a commission. I know I have my own opinions, which will be reflected in my vote. But I think it would be helpful for us, if we're taking a novel step of overriding a budget, to have robust debate and conversation about why we're doing that, and for each of us to take positions on that as a commission.
Commissioner,
I think it's admirable to try and keep student fees the same, but I don't think that necessarily translates to the specific budgets of each organization. I think we saw decreases from SGA, but I think there was a decrease from the Gateway, so I think it balances out in some ways to increase the budget for Math Pro.
with there being no further discussion, we are going to move to a period of voting. All those in favor of keeping the total request at $100,000, please raise your placard. 1. All those opposed to the 100,000, please raise your placard. With that, the total request is going to be 125,000.
Never mind, it remains there, because now we're back to that previous motion.
Oh.
That to vote on this in discussion.
Okay. So is there discussion to the motion that was on the floor to
Approve the budget.
approve the budget at 125,000?
Motion to approve the total request of 125,000.
So it would be a motion to end discussion, or there could
Sorry.
just be no further discussion, and then we'll go to a vote.
Commissioner Koenig?
Oh, I just thought she had to be seconded.
Oh, so there's already so right now we're in the discussion period, so there's already been a first and a second motion, so we're in the discussion period of the 125.
I motion to end discussion.
So with there being no further discussion, we are now going to take it to a vote. All those in favor of $125,000, please raise your placard. And all those opposed? 2. With that, the motion passes. The total request from MAP, or the total allocation, will be 125,000 for MAP Pro. I would just, before we move on to the next line, group as in the gateway. I do wanna say, like, if the commission does wish to see what a budget will do to the student fees, we can call for a move to groove, so we can figure that what that percentage increase or decrease will be. And then when we get back from the move to groove, we can see that number of what it would be. Commissioner Meister.
Point of information, can you click to the V tab?
Yeah. This tab is not up to date. So with that, we are going to move on to the next line item or the next item on the agenda. We are not going to go line item by line item for the gateway. Commissioner Meister.
Withdrawn. You did it right when I was.
I remember. Okay, so I am seeking a motion for the line item of publishing and printing to be $6,500. There's a motion by Commissioner Koenig. And a second by Commissioner Morales. Is there any debate on the motion? With there being no debate, we are now going to period of voting. All those in favor of 6,500, please raise your placard. With that, the motion passes. Commissioner James.
Point of inquiry regarding parliamentary procedure. Given the group titled All Accounts, rows 4 through 13, is it within the ability of the commission to approve by unanimous consent all items? Recognizing that there's a reduction in row 10 for postage of $80. Said differently, can the motion be made to approve all those line items by unanimous consent?
Yeah, if you would, are you making that motion or no? Or is that it's just?
What it is.
Okay. Commissioner Pickensure.
I'll make a motion to approve all of them.
So all line items from 6 to 13. Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Morales, is there any discussion on this motion? Commissioner Meister.
While it may be expedient for us to move into a period of multi-line item consideration, I think from a consistency standpoint, to go line item by line item might be the most appropriate procedurally, since we did the same for Maverick Productions.
Commissioner Pickensure.
To that point, I think that since Maverick Productions, there's more of a change in the prices and increases and decreases. This is, for the most part, consistent with decreases, which will only benefit the student body when it comes to prices.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Levering.
I would actually motion to reconsider I think it's the postage item. There was a decrease of $80. I would motion to actually increase that, so we improve, therefore we'd basically be approving the same allocation for the gateway from 2024 or 24 or 25 from 25 to 26. I certainly think that postage is necessary, it's costly, it's expensive, and I certainly believe that the gateway would spend the money for the postage as necessary to communicate, whether that's with internal or external relationships that they may have through Omaha.
So you want to keep the 130.
Correct.
So there is a motion on the floor by Commissioner Levering to increase their request of 50 to 130, which is the same as 24-25 allocation. Is there a second?
We're still in the middle of a motion.
Oh.
So we'd either need to amend the previous motion and say, motion to amend the previous motion to have approval of lines 6 through 13 with amendment to postage to 130. Or we would need to make the postage amendment post with reconsideration.
Was your amendment to amend the current amendment to go on to approve, but with that increase?
Correct.
Okay, so you were making a motion to amend the current motion.
With that, need a second for the amendment of
To the amendment.
the amendment to this motion. Commissioner Hewish, is the second. Is there any discussion on this amendment? All those, we're now going to a period of voting. All those in favor of the yeah, please raise your placard.
Of the amendment to the motion.
The amendment to the motion, sorry, yes.
But this is not the motion itself.
Yes, this is not the motion itself, this is just the change that Commissioner Levering proposed. So all those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? 6. Any abstain? No.
So the amendment to the motion failed, and now we're back onto the motion in discussion.
The amendment failed, so now we are back to the original motion of the line items 6 through 13 being passed. Is there any further discussion on this motion? With there being no further discussion, we're now going to move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? 1. All those abstain. With that, the motion passes. Line items 6 through 13 will be their request.
And the motion was through 14.
With that, we are going to move on to the next line item of manager wages. Their request is $62,334.10. Commissioner Morales?
Just for clarification, you said we can move to group to see how these current budgets that are being requested would affect student fees, or maybe I didn't understand that right.
Yes, we can. So I would say, I think that would be pretty difficult being in the middle of a current budget. I think this is my opinion. I think it would be best to finish Gateway and then see what that does before we move on. Commissioner Meister.
Point of information, for the commission. Item 5 in the agenda is voting on each of the individual budgets. Item 6 in the agenda is approving the overall budget of all the budgets we've voted on. Prior to item 6 in the agenda, I think would be an opportune time to look at the impact of student fee increases based on what we've approved, so that if necessary, the commission can move to any reconsiderations once we have that more definitive picture. One perspective, question mark.
So with that, you're going to move to the next line item for manager wages of $62,334.10. Commissioner Meister.
Motion to approve as is.
There's a motion by Commissioner Meister. There's a second by Commissioner Rye. Is there any discussion? With there being no discussion, we now move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. With that, the motion passes. Moving on to the next line item of advisor wages. Commissioner Rye.
Motion to approve $7,000 for advisory wages.
Is there a second? Commissioner Meister? Is there any debate? Commissioner Meister?
Just like the record to reflect that the Gateway has taken a pretty substantive cut here and hopefully in future years, just to let the minutes reflect that we should continue to monitor to see if they need additional support with advisor wages as they've taken a larger cut to that this year.
Is there any further discussion? With there being no more discussion, we now move to a period of voting. If you could please raise your placard if you are in favor. With that, the motion passes. We now move on to the next line item of benefits. Commissioner Ryan,
I motion to approve $6,934.41 for pensions.
seconded by Commissioner Koenig. Is there any deliberation or debate on this? Commissioner Levering?
Point of information, I understand that there are Gateway representatives here, so is this benefit decrease? Is this a decrease in the manager's position?
I am going to extend the question to the Gateway.
Yeah, it's really simple. I'm on my wife's healthcare plan, so I don't participate in UNO's premium matching thing. So normally you all would be paying upwards between 30 and 40% of a salary for their benefits. But since I don't have healthcare through here, it's a savings that we could find.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Meister?
The only item I'd like the record to reflect is if at any time we need to possibly during the middle of the year, during a future year, readjust this to ensure that appropriate benefits could be provided to the manager. I would just request that any representatives from the Gateway or any representatives from student government be conscious of ways we could subsidize that from reserves in the interim of a year if that ever became necessary to support the manager's retention in the organization.
Any further discussion? With there being no more discussion, all those in favor, please raise your placard. With that, the motion passes. With that, I'm going to seek unanimous consent for the total to keep their request at 76,268.51. Commissioner Benitez?
You'd say seeing no opposition.
Okay, seeing no opposition, the consent passes. Moving on to the next line item for senior staff. Commissioner James?
A motion to approve the line item senior staff at $36,000 as it's requested.
There's a second by Commissioner Pickensure. Is there any debate on this motion?
Just point of information, clarification, who would consider the senior staff at the Gateway?
It's a misnomer. It's all staff. So we pay for all 10 of it's the non-editor and the non-ad management. 11. Okay, so we pay for 11 staffers with that $36,000, making minimum wage.
Commissioner Meister?
So it should just be staff wages, really.
Or a request for information from the audience, if I may. Representatives of the Gateway, if they could speak to this, my understanding previously was senior staff is just those student writers for the Gateway who are employed to consistently write for the Gateway in a continuous capacity. You might have folks who at times write pieces but might not necessarily be employed as staff members. So this is that continuous contractual structured staffing.
Probably 99% of our writing comes from those staffers.
With that. I'm gonna seek unanimous consent
It's in the
for,
motion to
Oh.
approve, so you just do the
Okay.
vote.
okay. All those in favor, please raise your placard. Well, with that, the motion passes. Moving on to the next line item for editor in chief at 14,760. I'm going to seek unanimous consent to keep the request as their allocation. Seeing no opposition, the 14,760 is going to be their allocation. Moving on to the next line item of ad manager. I'm going to seek unanimous consent for $11,070. Since there is no opposition, it's going to be $11,070 for their allocation. Moving on to the total of the management line item, I'm going to seek a motion for the $25,830. Commissioner Levering,
The motion to approve the $25,830.
second by Commissioner Morales. Is there any debate on this motion? With there being no debate, we are now going to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. That the motion passes. Moving on to so with that, I would like to seek unanimous consent for the total expenses to be $130,000, $130,935. 12 cents. Are you opposing? Are you opposing? Okay, seeing no opposition, the total expenses and allocation is going to be $130,935 and $12. Commissioner Meister.
Point of information request. This could be to the SABC chair and or a member of the audience if they can appropriately articulate this. Can you tell me a little bit about that reserve number at the bottom of this document? This seems to be inconsistent with the current adjusted reserve balance on 6/30/2024 that we were provided by UNO administration. Is that money that's going to be spent from reserves to subsidize budget this year? Is that the current anticipated or estimated reserve amount from Gateway? I just wanted to clarify what that number is, since that was not on the previous document.
Yes, it is. It is, the publications board met a couple of weeks ago as we finalized this, and that is our spend down from reserves for the next 3 years for sure, 24,000, 23.
Commissioner Meister.
Point of information request for the audience.
Absolutely.
Is that in response to some of the conversations to reserves in excess of allowable amount for university policy and trying to be more in compliance with that structure? Just wanted to see if that was in response to that or a separate publication board initiative.
Both. So the publications board and the Gateway has financial autonomy from university policy. That's our opinion. The university might have a differing opinion on that. Nonetheless, the publications board initiated a policy that we have no desire to keep student fees, chunks of student fees in reserves as some sort of rainy day fund. We have other revenue, we have advertising revenue as well that isn't, that we believe is not applicable to university policy on how much that we can take. And we had some limited conversations with Kathy, email exchanges about that. But we will be finalizing that the next month or two as to what our exact policy is. But for now, we wanted to make sure we spent down that 24,000 per pub board policy. It's more than you probably need to know, but I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Commissioner Meister.
And then one more question, if I may. In terms of the generation of the current estimated amount in the student newspapers reserve fund, which was provided to commissioners, is that a mixed fund involving both generation from revenue in ads as well as any rollover funds? So there could potentially be mixed dollars in there, question mark?
Are you talking about information from Denise Fieldgard and Gina?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm just trying to think of which spreadsheet that came from. Essentially, so the commissioners know, we have $101,000 in ad revenue going back to 2014. So it's actually not a lot per year, $10,000. One of the challenges all newspapers are facing is how to generate revenue. We had none from 2020 to 23. We had a little bit in 20. We had a little bit in 20. I'm sorry, we had a little bit in 23, and then the election campaign money that I talked about. So $101,000 is advertising revenue that we have, and then there was somewhere $72,000 more that were student fees revenue. We are spending down that $72,000 of student fee revenue right now, and then we'll see how that mix works after we spend down that 72,000 student fees.
And then just a question for the record. So my understanding is, while that number was provided as a composite number for us, there may be a differentiation between which of those were student dollars that may or may not, who knows, to be deliberated, applicable to the university policy relating to caps on appropriate reserve amounts, and then a separate bucket that, again, deliberations are ongoing, but that is a product of ad revenue that likely is not applicable to that same classification of dollars and is a separate amount altogether. So given that plan, my understanding from what it sounds like is any of the remaining student fee dollars that are in that container, the goal is to spend every one of those dollars down within the next 3 years and then determine the appropriate course for ad revenue.
That's correct.
Okay, so
Exactly.
my understanding is that's going even above and beyond the 50% cap of the previous year's budget on student fee allocation, being in the reserves, of spending down to 0 remaining student fee dollars in the reserve and taking an extra step beyond that.
Yeah, that is the hope, and the board set, their verbiage was that we would keep no more than 10% of our annual student fee allocation, and the only reason 10% was used is because I don't know, and the board doesn't know how many hours students will end up actually working. We can budget for it. We hope that they work every dollar. But then, of course, that 10%, the hope is that that'll just offset the next year's student fee request.
And then my understanding logically would be, from a fiscally sound budgeting perspective, that any subsidization of your organization that would need to come during shortfalls or during unanticipated budget crisis would be subsidized by generated revenues that were put into that reserve container.
Exactly. It's a rainy day fund built on advertising. And for reference, more than anybody really needs to know, the Daily Nebraskan, Lincoln's version of the Gateway, has $1 million reserves. Would I love to have that? Yes. Would I feel weird about having $1 million in reserves? I would, but they earned it through creative ways. It's more than you need to know tonight, but they have $1 million reserve. We have at most 10% of that we're spending down, so.
That's helpful for interpretation. Thank you.
With that, we are going to move on to the next item of the agenda, which is the line items for SGA. First off is the account retainer at $8,000. Commissioner Rye,
I motion to approve $8,000 for account retainer, not retainer.
for a second. Second.
I second the motion.
Commissioner James, second. Is there any discussion on this motion? With there being no discussion, we now move into a period of voting. All those in favor of the $8,000, please raise your placard. That the account retainer for SABC allocation is $8,000. Moving on to the next line item of the contingency at 1,000. Commissioner Meister.
Motion to cut to zero.
There's a motion to cut the $1,000 to $0 for the 25-26 year. There is a second by Senator Pasapara. Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Meister.
As a commissioner, student government is currently $269,000 over the allowable reserve amount. Contingency is a buffer, historically, and an opportunity to fund projects, but it doesn't necessarily specifically go towards any one thing. We could very reasonably cover this from reserves. I think it would be fiscally irresponsible to be requesting contingency this year. And we have a very viable route for the student government to fund any and all projects that they might need to fund for the foreseeable year, as the current allowable amount in reserves to spend far exceeds bar student legal services, student government's entire allocation, so.
Any further discussion?
Just a point of information, what is the contingency? I'm just misinformed. What would the $1,000 do with the contingency?
If we overdraft the line item, it's there to like help supplement it, so we don't have to pull from reserves.
Commissioner Meister.
Given the new allowable spending policy for student government, I don't see how it would be a viable outcome that we would be overdrafting line items, and that's the purpose of our reserves. It would essentially be a more accessible reserve container for the purposes of this year. And I don't see justification for it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of cutting the contingency line item to $0, please raise your placard. 11. All those opposed? All those that abstain? 1. With that, the contingency line item is cut. Moving on to the next line item of dues, fees, and subscriptions. Commissioner Meister.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Commissioner Rye. Is there any debate? Commissioner Meister.
I think from their presentation, they did a really good job integrating in different lines from agency budgets to ensure that they could be more cost effective with dues, fees, and subscriptions. While it represents an increase in the overall student government budget line of dues, fees, and subscriptions, it represents an overall decrease in the amount of money that will be spent across their different lines by providing group allocations. So that increase can look to be a bit of a misnomer. Student government exec did a really good job kind of collaborating to shore that up.
Is there any further discussion? With there being no further discussion, we move into a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 12. With that, the motion passes. Dues, fees, and subscriptions will stay at $1,000. Moving on to the next line item of insurance expenses at $25,000. Commissioner Rye,
I motion to approve $25,000 for insurance expenses.
second by Commissioner James. Is there any discussion on this motion? Commissioner Meister.
Because we need insurance.
Great. Any further discussion? Perfect. No, seeing no further discussion, we'll move into a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 11. All those opposed? All those that abstain? With that, the motion passes for insurance expenses at $25,000. Commissioner Levering,
I motion to continue to approve the MAP Right program, the 55,330.
there's a second by Commissioner Bua. Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Levering,
I think the Math Right program is an amazing program, sponsored by our student government. I think it helps many of our students who may lack the necessary transportation. As we all know, parking has remained a huge point of contention on UNO's campus. I know that student government has in the past tried to solve or look for ways to solve parking issues, and I think the Math Right Services is one of the many ways that they attempt to do that. This program also supports faculty and staff, so I think it's an amazing program offered to the entire university. Again, I motion to approve.
any further discussion? All those opposed to keeping the request at $55,333 for the MAV ride? Oh,
All those in favor?
sorry, all those in favor, please raise your placard.
Yes.
Well, with that, the motion passes. Moving on to the next line item of $150 for office supplies. Going to seek unanimous consent that $150 is their allocation from their request. Seeing no opposition, $150 will go towards their office supplies for this 25-26 year. Moving on to the next line item of programming. Commissioner Levering,
I motion to approve the additional 2,500 to total of $5,000 for program.
is there a second? Commissioner Morales? Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Meister,
Motion to amend the motion. I motion to amend the motion actually to zero it out.
okay. Is there a second to that?
Just to discuss.
Oh, sorry. Discuss. Is there discussion on that?
Well, we need a second and then
Okay.
I'm asking for a second so I can discuss why.
Okay, there is a second by Commissioner Morales on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment proposed by Commissioner Meister? Commissioner Meister,
I think the justification for the programming line is fantastic. There was a very strong degree of advocacy for the relative need for an increase in the line. I do think this is a really good opportunity we have based on student government's reserve amount to possibly cut and request that the current executive team provide the incoming executive team with an opportunity to utilize some of their reserves and develop a proposal for how they'd like to fund programming initiatives and opportunities for the forthcoming year from their reserve account. It could be an opportunity for the incoming team over the summer to work on a calendar of events that they'd like to work on and then get more familiar with advanced programming initiatives and learn more about how they would like to impact and engage with the student body. At times, we could be program to program, but this could provide an opportunity to make a more strategic long-term programming calendar for the incoming executive board and engage them with more activities related to programming that they could then bring to the Senate at an incoming meeting. I think that that would be a really great opportunity for them to build leadership skills and development, to spend down some of their reserves and possibly create an opportunity for us to decrease fee increases during the course of this year, though that is only one position. The commission can decide as they wish.
is there any further discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Rye,
I guess my concern is that every time we pull up the reserves, it has to go to the chancellor. That's from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but
We do not.
we do not.
No.
That's never been the case.
I thought, sorry.
We're going to direct this to,
Essentially, we just have to draft a plan on how we are gonna spend down our reserves, and that gets approved by the chancellor. Every time we pull out of reserves, if this new financial policy gets implemented, we'll just have to go through, oh my gosh. Budget committee and then sign it for.
any for Commissioner Meister?
Point of information, current student government exec, please don't hesitate to say, don't, you're dumb when I say this. But historically, my understanding is our reserves, our container is something that we or Maverick Productions for their reserves or Gateways for their reserves has unilateral responsibility to manage within appropriate university policies. So we can spend down from those reserves where current, I think, information relating to chancellor's involvement of the reserves has come in is in the audit, the organizations were in excess of an appropriate amount of reserves within their containers per university policy. Those need to be spent down. The chancellor from the audit is responsible for ensuring that happens. So we need to propose a plan to them of how we're going to do that at each organizational level. And to make sure that that compliance is happening, a report needs to be submitted to the chancellor on what our plan is for that. If I'm correct on any level, somebody please let me know, but.
You're not dumb.
Okay, cool.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Levering?
So Commissioner Meister noted something earlier that, you know, we definitely want to see our student body government having an impact and engage with the students. I think it's relevant that the SGA body has some sort of money set aside so that they are able to connect with the thousands of students who are walking across here on campus. I think zeroing that line item out would be more harmful than good to the SGA body. Even if we didn't give them the full 5,000 or the 2,500 increase that they were asking, I think that it is necessary for an organization or a body like SGA that they have some type of physical presence on their campus and that they are that they have the resources to engage with the many students who are here at UNO.
Commissioner Meister?
It's just my position as a commissioner that money is the $437,386 that the student government does currently have in their reserve container. They can spend that money however they wish. They are fully able to at any time make redistribution of lines from any part of their budget. They can pull very easily from their reserves and can make modifications to the policies and structures that guide their reserve usage as they previously described during their presentation. And they approve the budget that we provide today. They're uniquely privileged and empowered with the ability to modify their budgets and provide and engage the student body. They're responsible for the entirety of the Student Activities Budget Commission that sits here together with us today and the work that we do. I think it would maybe not be reflective of the amount of money they have available to them to say that it needs to be in a specific subline for them to do that. I think they continue to do that through the implementation of these Fund A organizations and their budgets, through the continued implementation of their agencies. Each of their agencies is executing a particular initiative within student government and is funded to do so. We have large scale student contracts and projects. We have, again, almost $500,000 in reserves that we can spend to program. I think student government would be remiss if it didn't use that money to do that. I know we were under different working impressions previously, but now that we are aware from the audit that we do not need to keep 100% of the previous year's allocation, including student legal services in our budget, I think that they very reasonably could utilize that money to affect change on campus continuously. And that we as an SABC are not necessarily saying that programming isn't important by cutting that line, but acknowledging that they have vast resources available to them to still do that thing, even if we don't pull $5,000 from students in the forthcoming year.
Commissioner Levering?
I know Commissioner Meister says that there's the vast resources. Just for a point of clarification, I think the commission would be better informed if we understand if there's $437,000 and $386 versus $269,141 in the reserve for SGA. on whether or not we approve the $5,000. I can yield to the SGA if they want to answer, representatives from SGA if they are able to answer that question.
It is the larger number of $437,000. That 230,000, that is the under UNO policy, the advisable maximum reserves to be held, which is 50% of the previous year's revenue. So if we're looking to spend down to something, that's like the maximum level of the most we would want to have, but currently we have over that 400,000.
Commissioner Meister.
Point of information for commissioners who received the document that provides reserve balances as of 6/30/2024. The third column that says reserves in excess of allowable amount, and anyone please correct me if I'm wrong on this, is the amount beyond what each of those organizations are allowed to have in their current container that they currently have now. The first number is the amount in the container. The second amount is what they're allowed to have in the container. The third amount is in what their report to the chancellor will be what they need to spend down, barring any big changes in the composition of that container, say in the gateway's distribution of whether something was ad revenue or a student dollar. There may still be decisions on that, but that would not apply at least at this time, to MAVPRO or student government. So at this time, student government is in excess of $269,141 in the reserves beyond what they can have in the container and need to find a way to spend that money within the appropriate allotted amount of time that the chancellor has provided. And I hate to speak in such hyperbolic terms as I have been during this commission session, but again, that's $269,000 that they can use to fund anything that they deem within their discretion that is in alignment with university policy. Maverick Productions has described that their excess, at least at this time, will be utilized to subsidize the concert. The Gateway has provided us with a very extensive plan of how they will spend down any known student fee dollars within the course of the next 3 years. At this time, student government has provided us with options of things that we can cut from this particular plan, but are in the process of developing their plan. I guess, important thing to note is that the delay in possibly a more structured plan from student government has come from the fact that they have been carrying the process of the audit throughout the entirety of the year with administration. So they've been responsible for getting the answers to all these questions and are now just getting to the point where they can develop that plan. And we haven't hit the deadline for those plans, but this is something where we could very easily as a commission hand back, here's $5,000 that you just got to fund next year. It doesn't mean programming is not important, but they certainly have the money there to fund it.
Commissioner Levering.
I'm not saying what Commissioner Meister, I mean, he makes, very reasonable argument with the $269,000 being in reserves. I guess for the commissioner, and I mean, if I'm speaking out of turn, I apologize, but for this body, I think it'd be better, we would be better informed on making a decision on knowing what, and I think Commissioner Rye was trying to get to this earlier. What is SGA? How do we know what money they can, what is the policy that they can, what is the current policy from pulling from reserves? And I know that the president has mentioned or alluded that there is a new policy that they're trying to push through. I guess that would make it easier to pull from reserves. So I think it would help this body to understand what is SGA allowed to do or pull from reserves currently? Is there a limit? Do they have to spend? I think if we were better informed on what they are able to do.
I'm going to direct your question to Regional Item.
So the current reserve policy is very flawed in the sense of how it's structured. First, we have that 1-year threshold where we are unable to spend any money in our reserves. That is unless we have a full year's revenue in it. So we were previously working under like a deficit and assuming that we weren't allowed to touch our reserves because of the addition of student legal services. So that was issue number 1. Issue number 2 is that we didn't have a proper estimate of our reserves up until last week. So we didn't know how much truly was in our reserves up until the SABC time came around, which is why there has been delays in creating a plan. Issue number 3 was that the way reserves are currently utilized to be accessed for large scale like programming initiatives. So for instance, like the modified program, I gave you guys actually like last week, was a 3-year rollout. In terms of like gaining the funding, signing the contracts and working alongside the Harvard to make sure nonprofits make sure that it was successful. And in understanding that students turn over in SGA every single year, it's really hard to like get money from the reserves when there are a lot of barriers to access it. So this new financial policy will essentially comply with the UNO policy of having at most 15% of your annual revenue within the reserves. So we do have that surplus. And then also ensuring that reserves are not just meant for like large scale student body initiatives, but smaller scale stuff like supplementing our budget, like funding various parts or like small scale programming events. It doesn't need to be like huge large scale initiatives for the student body.
Commissioner Meister. Yes, a couple of questions. Is that policy a university level policy or a student government policy?
The 50% threshold is UNO policy.
Not that one, the other one you just described.
The winning threshold?
Mhm.
That was in our, that's in our policy index from student government association.
Can the student government modify that policy at any time?
Yeah, so that's the new plan. So with the new financial policy that will hopefully be rolling out within the next 2 weeks, we'll essentially remove that threshold and then reinstate that.
Is it possible for student government to continue to modify its own policies at any time within the policy index, as long as they're compliant with other university regulations and policies? I think that that's important for the commission to know, because while the policy may currently be prescriptive, it is as simple as a resolution and student government's decision about how restrictive it wants to be within the context of its own organization. That money from the university level is not being stopped from being spent. That's an internal decision, the same way Maverick Productions or the same way the Gateway makes decisions about their reserves, but that money is available to student government. While there is a restrictive policy, it's a student government created policy. So finding the solution to that question, I think, is a separate question from the one we have before us here in the commission. Student government means to make decisions about how they spend their money and can be more or less restrictive in their policies, but student government's decision to keep a more restrictive policy in place, should they choose to do that, should not bar the commission from being fiscally responsible in the way that we determine funds. They have total control over that reserve policy as long as it's in guidance with the larger institutions' vision and policies on how we're allowed to spend money. So that's like the benchmark. And they can create more or just as restrictive policies about how they spend their money. But if we need to be fiscally responsible in terms of how we spend funds, we have to trust the student government will make appropriate policies to make decisions about how they spend their funds and approve purchases within the context of their own organization. That's something they're individually empowered to do as a Fund A organization. But that shouldn't stop us from entrusting them with making the right decisions with their funds. That I think would be infantilizing if we were to say, well, their policy is too complex right now and it's going to take too much time to change. Their entire role is helping to shape student self-governance on campus. I think they're fully capable of making the decision to modify their policies, to engage in proactive deliberation and discussion. It sounds like there's a progression towards the development of a new policy to open up that reserve container more structurally. While there will be, I'm sure, rigorous debate and possible amendment on how we approach that policy within student government to make sure that it's appropriate in how we value and ethically define spending, it doesn't mean that we as a commission cannot say, let's hand this back to them as an opportunity to spend down what we're seeing as an excess of reserves. There are conditions that created that excess. Those conditions have been illuminated. They now have a plan of how to move forward. They have I guess, commission from the chancellor and the audit to spend down $269,000. We have an opportunity to say, this is one way you can do that, and they can decide whether or not they want to continue to prioritize programming. Right now, we are looking at an increase for an item that could be easily subsidized by reserves, isn't a contractual obligation, and doesn't have fixed specific programmatic items that it needs to fund, I think it's a really great option to be fiscally responsible. This is gonna be the last point of debate I make on this item. I think I've said what I need to say.
Commissioner Morales?
Information, I have a question to the audience. I noticed that you are trying to adjust this policy so you guys are able to access your reserves more easily. How new, because I know you just said, that you guys barely come out, what was in your reserve like last week? Like, has this policy been like trying to be amended for a while now, or is there that's been brought up?
So I guess the issue was that like we were under the impression that we couldn't access our reserves because we needed to meet that 1 year threshold. So it's never been like up for debate in terms of like, should we change that policy to make it less restrictive because we were working under like an impression that we were in a deficit, but understanding that we do have a surplus of funding. The idea to sustainably spend our reserves came from amending the reserves.
And you mentioned turnover being an issue.
Turnover for, so the way that the reserves policy is currently structured is that it needs to be large scale initiatives that are available to the entirety of the student body. So hosting a single event wouldn't be feasible under the current reserve policy because you're not planning an initiative that serves like more than 1,000 students or a large or a significant portion of the student population. And that kind of logic when being discussed in Senate deliberations on if things should be used for reserves has often led to really intense conversations, but also led to a notion that unless you're working on a huge contractual obligation or like setting up programs like the program, it is in partnership with a nonprofit, you shouldn't touch reserves, or you should only touch reserves for those types of initiatives. The most recent example of the MAPI program was a 3-year rollout. So in 3 years, there's a lot of Senate turnover with elections happening every year, exec teams turnover every year. So when you have, I wouldn't say sustainable, when you don't have consistent leadership and consistent senators in place, it can be really hard to get things off the ground. Those were the issues with the current reserve policy, understanding that we now are operating in a surplus rather than a deficit. We want to make the policy less restrictive so that we can ensure that we're spending.
Do you have a goal or like a timeline that you see this policy being implemented?
Yeah, so this week it's going to be presented to rules committee, and then our next Senate business meeting is happening in 2 weeks where we so
okay.
It'll definitely happen obviously in next 2 weeks for sure.
And then you should have access to the reserves to use.
Commissioner Levering?
Sorry, I lost track of thought. There's a lot going on right now. So obviously, right, this is, again, as Commissioner Meister mentioned, this, this wasn't an overnight thing. I mean, I would strongly motion to keep the programming at 2,500. I don't know if that's appropriate to do at this time. If I'm speaking out of turn, please let me know.
So we are currently in an
He can make an amendment to the
amendment.
Yes.
So we are currently in an amendment to zero it out. And we are discussing that.
Okay, can I make an amendment to zero?
To the amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
I would amend that we keep the line item at 2,500. The reason for that, or my justification for that, is to understand clearly that there are reserves, and I believe that SGA is going to do the best that they can to spend those reserves down. However, I do not think, as I mentioned earlier, I think it would be more harmful, or I don't think we should punish the current leadership of SGA because of years of something that they probably weren't responsible, or that they weren't informed that of not being able to access that money, right? Again, I think it's important for a body like SGA to be able to have engaging programming that they are seen by their student representatives here on the campus. I think having some kind of budget item rather than zero will allow them those opportunities to do that, and so that they can continue to inform students about what SGA is, that they can inform the students about what surpluses are and how to avoid things like that in the future. So I would amend Commissioner Meister's zero line item to 2,500.
Okay, there is a second for that amendment. We need to vote for that amendment?
Now we're in this period of discussion on the
Okay,
amendment.
period
the
of
amendment.
discussion for the amendment of the amendment. The amendment that's on the floor, Commissioner Meister.
I think the big thing I'd like to communicate is the zeroing, in my perspective, is not a punishment. It's not an admission or a communication that student government has done anything wrong. It's an acknowledgement of the available money that they now are aware of at this particular moment that they can spend to do the very same thing that they have articulated in this line item. And I think that I just want to make sure that that's shared as I'm asking to zero. I don't think that that's a judgment of student government's ability to program. I don't think that's a judgment of student government's leadership. I don't think that's a judgment of anything other than within the last week, they became aware that they have additional funds available to them. They have a plan of how to spend down those funds that they are developing. They have a plan for how they're going to modify their reserves policy to make sure that that plan can be easily implementable. And we have an opportunity as a commission to save money for students through student fees, and student government could easily subsidize that decrease in their request from their reserves. I want to communicate that we can zero lines, certain lines, without creating a situation wherein we are making judgments about the validity or the importance of a specific line, particularly in situations like this, where there will not necessarily be a direct impact to a service or specific program that student government is providing, but we can empower them with an opportunity to utilize their reserves and to be able to achieve more compliance with the maximum reserve rate. That's just my position. I will support whatever the commission decides. 0, 2,500, 5,000. I will reflect my position in my vote.
Commissioner Hewish.
I think the 2,500 line is a safer idea. Reserves, regardless of if, they change the process in which they access those funds, zeroing it out, I think, provides less accessibility, or at least I would, as a student, probably feel less secure, knowing that there's not anything there, even though the reserves just create more of a barrier, I guess, for discussion. So the 2,500 allows for more security in terms of planning events. That way it's accessible. Zeroing it out, I don't think is a punishment, but I agree that we can lower it to then reevaluate for the next year. That's my position.
Commissioner Benita.
I agree with that as well. I feel like the 2,500 is like a good middle ground, at least for it. It's not increasing, it's not decreasing all the way to zero. It's kind of staying at what it's been prior to. We can, for next year's commission, I can always, be a change, but for now, I feel like the 2,500 gives them a little bit of kind of like a safe foundation to work with. And then further from there, they can always pull from reserves to kind of help offset any other expenses they have.
Commissioner Wright.
I want to go with other commissioners have said. I think a 2,500 would be a safe ground because it sounds like we do have a policy, or we're planning to have a policy set in place that will allow SGA to pull from reserves if needed.
Any further discussion to the amendment that is brought forward by? Yeah, to this amendment of the amendment. Commissioner Meister.
Just wanted to say thank you for everyone's rigorous debate on that. I know there are disparate opinions and lots of conversation about it, but I think that's exactly what we're here to do as a commission, is to have conversations about how can we be measured and balanced. We could move towards increase, we could move towards absolute zero. We can find some kind of middle ground or solution that we feel will achieve a multiplicity of aims. So I appreciate you all for bringing additional options and ideas to the fore. I think I'm in support of 2,500, hearing your positions and perspectives. So thank you so much.
Being good, we'll ask if there's any more discussion.
Any more
I don't think
discussion
there is.
on the amendment of the amendment? with no more discussion, we are moving to a period of voting on the amendment of the amendment of 25,000, or sorry, 2,500, very different number, 2,500. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 12. With that, the amendment passes. So now we need to,
Now we need to vote to amend it from 5,000 to 2,500.
so now we are,
And you can seek unanimous consent to do that.
okay, I'm going to seek unanimous consent for the amendment to is now 2,500 instead of 5,000. Seeing no opposition, the amendment passes and the line item is 2,500. So Commissioner Meister?
Point of clarification, was that to approve?
No, that was,
Now we're, yeah, so now we are going to vote on the.
now we're back to a period of discussion on program.
Okay, now we are going to a period of discussion on,
Programming, which has already been motioned by Commissioner, I believe it's
Meister.
Commissioner. No, not Meister, Levering, you motioned to approve the programming, so we're back onto your original motion, which was for that. And if there's no more discussion, then we can go to a vote.
Okay. Yeah, we're on to discussion of the original motion. Commissioner Rye,
I motion to end discussion.
okay, since there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please raise your placard. Although, yeah, okay. With that, the motion passes. So the line item for programming will be 2,500. Commissioner Meister.
Move to groove for 5 minutes.
I'm going to seek a second from Commissioner Janes. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. Like all 12. With that, we will reconvene at 8:46.
I motion to amend to approve the motion. To amend with my hand.
Yeah. I was like, I saw the email, I was like.
Yeah, Steelers.
Sorry.
No, they probably don't. One of those times like.
First year, and then let's say.
It's like they just all made, they're hurting with their young.
And then bring it
Okay.
back, like that will maybe.
We do. Or we can remain use some of the
I
reserves.
think legal service extended 20 or 2 months. And then.
Instead of
That it's like so much worse than it actually is.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Caitlin.
If we do it, increase some eggs.
Well, I don't want to decrease the that's increases the. But I do believe we can move that money since those were.
for
So we
like.
could give, we could give money to macro. Because they have that grant, or we could give that money to. Gateway for the equipment.
Wait.
Well, dude, honestly, yes, like, I don't know. I just think it's really-
Oh, why didn't you ask those questions?
The bus ride is like. That's everything I know you have to. Oh, yeah, the agency.
But that is a significant portion of our budget, it's not the same.
Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna cut the agency. I'm not gonna cut the
Well,
rate.
actually, not even anymore.
I know.
You can chat about it.
Yeah. but like maybe
For the
outside, but that's the thing, like,
But might be put in a position.
we especially put things like-
Should, you're the one that voted to.
Yeah. You're the representative. Look at where you got that.
It's okay, you're gonna leave. So this is what you're not, you're gonna- Fine.
See, I.
But I think. How long is our assignment? Or how many times we have it?
One I can't do because I have to like write it on paper. So I'm not gonna just pull it out already. Now it's like a.
Yes, I have to use
Discussion.
AI.
Yes. I got that plus Alex. And then I gotta do a couple other things, but to do tomorrow. So it's like, I can do it tomorrow.
Well, I think you're putting it like, for like, snap for other actually push to actually use it. Because they're both only organization, it's not actually.
I'll.
You should have said. Yeah.
I didn't realize the secretary.
Got it.
With it being 8:46, the move to groove for 5 minutes is now over. We are now back in session.
But we go $85,000 off. Was earlier. And this was leave for the
Like second, third. Third and fourth.
I was just like moving and I don't know what I'm saying.
No.
That's nice. It's nice. Chick-fil-A too.
I'm going to seek a motion that we extend the move to group another 3 minutes to allow for, oh. I take back what I said. Commissioner's back. Commissioner Meister?
Can we do a quick quorum call to make sure we have enough people to start again? Just in case.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like a roll call?
Just yes or no here. Yes, placards, we'll just count the placards. No, they would just not be here.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
2/3. Can't remember.
I don't know what the commission quorum is. It might be 50%, but I think.
Like how many yellow cards are in the air? It's the kind of.
Count them up. Raise them up.
Raise your, if everyone could please, if you are a commissioner, please raise your placard.
They're all here.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so we are now.
Yeah.
We are now going to move on to the next line item of freshman leadership council for $1,000. Commissioner Meister. Taking that as a motion to approve the $1,000. I have a second from Commissioner Rye. Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Koenig?
No, I just wanna ask, what does this money go to exactly? Like specifically, like I get the leadership council, but like, is it? Like, how is it funding this leadership council?
I'm going to forward the question to Commissioner Koenig.
So, the first year leadership council is a group of first year students. They're, essentially led by our director of leadership development. They're appointed in the fall semester and their entire goal is just to like learn about student government association and, understand like the inner workings of our Senate. So one of their goals throughout that program is to host an event and, essentially like present a resolution to Senate requesting this $1,000 so that they can host their like student body event, student body service event. So I'll know what that money is there for, and it's to help them ensure that there is an allotted amount that we're able to perform in that event. It hasn't been used now because it's typically a spring semester event. And they're currently in the process of drafting up that resolution to
Is there any further discussion on the motion? If there being no further discussion, we move into a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All 12. With that, the motion passes. Freshman Leadership Council will be allocated $1,000. Moving on to the next line item of professional development for 1,000. Commissioner Levering.
A motion to approve the 1,000 line item for professional development.
I have a motion to approve that line item. Is there a second by Commissioner Janes? Is there any discussion on this? With there being no discussion, I move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those that abstain? With that, the motion passes. Professional development allocated $1,000. Moving on to the next line item of student legal services at $285,361. I'm going to seek unanimous consent that the student legal services is going to be reduced to $200,000 even. With there being opposition, it does not pass, so we move to a period of discussion.
I just had a
Okay,
point of clarification. You said to 200,000
yes,
and not the 285,000.
yes.
So would we be approving the request to add the 85,000 or denying it?
No, it would just be the 200,000. Commissioner Koenig.
I understand that the reason we would be doing this is because they're ready to pull from their reserves to supply the other 80,000. I think that with the other approvals, we kind of set a halfway point that I think is really a good idea, just in case, you know, whatever happens, they have that halfway point. So I would motion to amend this to reducing it to 240,000.
Sorry, Commissioner Meister.
I'd like the record to reflect that I dissented because I need to abstain.
Commissioner Meister is abstaining. Commissioner Morales.
Yeah, we could put it in half. I know SGA said they are willing to bring it down to 200,000, so I don't see why we should bring it up. With the amount of money that they have in their reserves and with them theoretically having this new policy allowing them to pull from their reserves more willingly, like in less than a month or so. So by the time they get this budget, they should be able to pull from their reserves. In my opinion, we could lessen it even more than 200,000. I don't have like a suggested number right now, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Commissioner Hewish.
I would keep it at the 200,000 just because I don't know if 40,000 extra dollars is gonna benefit legal services specifically, if $80,000 is what's going to purchase another attorney. Taking it from the reserves, I think, gives us a more solid number to go off for the next term. So that we would have an accurate number on what they actually need to have requested.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Meister.
While I'm abstaining from the consideration of any changes or comment on changes, I was requesting a point of information for the commission. Possibly from student government if they can provide it, administration if they could as well. I know you're developing a plan currently for reserve spending. Do you know over what period of time that plan can take effect? So is it 1 year? Is it 3 years? Were you given a timeline of how long you have to spend that excess down?
There wasn't a timeline from my understanding, right? So it was just a plan to sustainably spend down reserves to mitigate student fee increases. That was essentially the prompt that we got. Is there anything else I need to add to that?
No, unless administration had a specific amount of time that they would have to spend down within for fund day organizations.
I don't know that that level of guidance has been given. My understanding is 2 to 3 years.
Commissioner Ryan.
Point of clarification from SG leadership. The increase in budget that we're seeing for SLS is just due to the hiring or potential hiring of another employee.
So the idea was, when we were drafting up this budget, we knew we wanted to expand student legal services this year. We just didn't have a proper estimate on our reserves. So we weren't able to push it through Senate as of yet. So requesting that decrease to go through our reserves versus SABC is what we're seeing.
Commissioner Ryan.
With that in mind, I think a $200,000 or going from 285 to $200,000 is acceptable only because we don't have that additional employee at this moment. And if we do get that worker, SGA does have the ability, or seems that they have the ability to pull the reserves to fund that.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Commissioner Levering.
We're not in an amendment right now. Well, was there an amendment to change it to 200,000? I didn't have it on the record. Right now, we're just in general discussion of the one because there's no second to the 240.
Okay, never mind. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
I just wanted to add, I guess more point of clarification. I know that this body keeps saying that we have that student SGA has the plan to access the reserves. We don't fully know what that looks like yet. I mean, there is a process that they have to go through to get that, approval. So I would just caution on that. However, I am comfortable. I know there was an amendment made, but someone suggested a 240,000. I would be fine with reducing to that number.
Is there any further discussion on this line item?
I would just add that is if I'm comfortable with reducing to the 240,000, granted that SGA is able to access the reserve to pay for the additional help or second student legal service lawyer.
Or are you, just clarification, are you making a motion for the 240 or no? Or you're just part
That's
of
just my
discussion?
discussion. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Meister.
A request for information from SGA leadership or administration. How, if the commission were to make this decision structurally viable, would it be to fund part of a position, have the rest of the position be funded through reserves from a sustainability perspective, and or from the perspective of hiring and retaining an employee? Would there be concern that it would be difficult to actually hire somebody if part of their position was funded rather than funded or not funded?
I think that's a difficult question to answer. My understanding based on SABC procedures is once there's a full-time employee, SABC can't alter the budget line for that position. So I think once SGA would hire another lawyer, that would have priority in their budget yearly because that money can't be changed, if that helps. As far as the plan for surplus reserves, again, I mean, that plan that SGA and MAVPro and the Gateway submit has to go through the chancellor for approval, so that needs.
Is there any further discussion on the line item? Commissioner Levering.
I just want to say that Regent Adida made it clear note on why it was useful or beneficial to have a second lawyer. So I am comfortable with approving the request that they need so that we can benefit the larger student body here at UNO.
Any further discussion on the line item? Okay, I think we're good now. Okay. Did the mic turn off? I think the mic is back on. Ooh, that's not what we want to see. Sorry, guys. That's what we want to see. I am so sorry to anyone watching on YouTube. Anyway, we are still in the discussion period of the $285,361 motion. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Levering.
From the presentation presented to us by SGA, it was clearly demonstrated that the lawyer services that are being offered at UNO is something that's being used very heavily by the student population. Currently, it sounds like they are, kind of at capacity, so I think this would help to offset some of that surplus, I guess, cases that one lawyer is not able to manage by themselves, but I think this service has proven to be largely beneficial. I can't, necessarily name the specifics, but I know that from the presentation and what was talked by talked by SGA, it seemed to be a service that was being utilized by the majority of the student body population here at UNO.
Commissioner Benitez.
I yield my time to the Shawnee so she could answer some questions about student legal services.
I would much prefer, or much rather prefer the commissioner or the commission to reduce this student legal services down to $200,000 flat. I think that we have a proper reserve proposal in place to ensure that we're able to expand student legal services through SGA reserves versus the commission. I do appreciate the sentiment in trying to expand student legal services through SABC, but understanding that we need to keep the fee the same or at least decrease it as a whole. I think that cutting this down to $200,000 would be the most fiscally responsible for the commission, but also something that SGA wants to do.
Is there any further discussion? You,
I was gonna motion to amend the 285,000 to 200,000 flat.
okay, there is a second on the amendment from Commissioner Morales. Now we're on to a period of discussion of the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? With there being no discussion on the amendment, we move to a period of voting. All those in favor of the amendment for $200,000, please raise your placards.
Who seconded that one?
Commissioner Morales,
Thank you.
there was no discussion. And then there was 11,
All right,
and then the one abstaining.
got it.
So now we're back to the original motion of
To approve.
200,000.
200.
Is there any further discussion on that? With there being no further discussion, we move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. And, oh wait, sorry. Okay, 11, sorry, I can't count. With the one abstaining. With that, the $200,000 passes for student legal services. Moving on to the next line item of student worker wages. Yes, Senator Meister.
Motion to approve at 40,500.
There is a motion. The second was from Commissioner Janes. Is there any discussion on this motion? Commissioner Koenig.
I'll smile like that. I'm not gonna motion to amend right now. I just wanna state some of my arguments as to why I believe this should be reduced to zero. Just paraphrasing here, first of all, there are various groups that do not receive a budget and do not receive salaries. Among these other groups, but specifically we've got SGA, MavPro, and the additional workers in these agencies that aren't being paid. We do also have a kind of prerogative to decrease student fees, and so I would just say that even if you disagree with my reasoning for reducing this to zero, there would still be a chance that it would be funded out of SGA's reserves. I also believe that these positions be completely volunteer based, and that I worry that having salaries motivates people in some way, shape, or form to be applying to these positions partially or fully out of a need for a job, which is completely understandable. I just fear that sort of motivation in this position. And then final thing is that there's kind of this prerogative to use student fees for the benefit of the greatest percentage of students. And I feel like in this case, these fees are going to the benefit of a very small percentage of students. There's just that.
Commissioner Morales.
Just point of clarification. I know you've stated like having concerns with people taking these jobs like out of money and not out of like passion. Have you seen that happening, or in the history can talk to, I guess, seeing a decrease in quality after providing wages?
I don't know that I could speak to a decrease in quality. I just wonder if there would be people who are potentially better suited. Like even if they're doing a very good job, there might be someone who is better suited to the position.
I would just like to remind the commission to please direct all questions to me so we keep tension out of the room. That'd be great. Moving forward with the discussion, Commissioner Meister.
Just a couple points on topics that have come before the commission and to the chair. As far as items relating to the quality and production of services and deliverables coming from these positions. I think the subjective quality of a candidate is something that is necessarily first assessed by the executive council as they're screening candidates, approved by the student government as they're continuing to approve candidates through the Senate, and then continually monitored by the student government through a protocol and process that is iteratively changed throughout years, but that is the management structure for these positions. I think they are monitored in terms of ensuring that individuals who are meeting all of the necessary conditions as defined by student government for supporting the execution of the specific services provided by agencies to the student populace, as well within the student government prerogative. Our prerogative is structurally saying, is there definitive benefit to providing a fee for the services of these individuals who are empowered in these positions? Individually, as a commissioner, I'm a very big advocate for compensation for services provided. I believe that that is a way that we can provide students with access to spaces that may not have been accessible because of financial barriers, because of barriers relating to time, because of barriers relating to some of the structural or social determinants that may inhibit students from accessing opportunities to advocate, opportunities to even be in the academy. That is why we have scholarships. That's why we have fellowships. That's why we have grants. That's why we have loans. This space was not built for everyone to participate in, and we have had to, in many ways, modify the structure of the academy in order to make it more accessible for others. I think that was a lot of the impetus behind student government creating these worker wages, is to make sure, regardless of where you were in your own individual life, that if you wanted to be an advocate for a particular agency and a service that we execute and provide to students, that you could do so and feel empowered to do that with the support of additional wages. That was the reason for the wages, not some kind of productivity criteria, not any structural idea of deliverables. That all came from that. The initial idea behind the wages was creating an opportunity for students who may not have previously been represented in a space to access that space, to contribute to the student experience, and to be supported in doing that so that that agency could have continuity, so that they could have an individual whose full focus and time was on making sure that the agencies can do what they're here to do. That's why that specific line item was built. Personally, I remember that being the topic of conversation. And from there, student government then determines what does it look like for the individual to operate in that role. They define the structures, the operational procedures, the itemized areas within the agencies of their structure, and that individual as a director executes that vision and implements that vision, the same way many of the executive members of the Student Government Association execute the vision of the Senate that is approved by resolution, the same way we as commissioners execute the vision of student government in implementing Fund A. So I just want to advocate for that historical understanding of why those wages are there, what the impetus behind them was, and if there ever were a concern that somebody were in that position for reasons that were not benefiting the student agency, the student government could take appropriate precautions to identify those concerns early on before recommending someone for that position and apply appropriate responsive parameters and protocols to help guide the individuals in those positions so that that type of fraud or abuse of power could not occur. But that would be well within the purview of student government rather than our commission, unless we have evidence to suggest that that's happening and student government hasn't accounted for that, which to the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of.
Commissioner Benitez?
I would like to, if I can do this, I would like to ask the directors in the back, Jess and Ella, what their thoughts are on their wages and if they feel that they had ever at some point felt that, I mean, do these wages help them make sure that they focus their whole time to their student agencies?
We can start with Jess.
Thank you for asking, and yes, I come from a low income family. I think, and I'm really passionate about the work that I do. I fully believe in the work that the
And this gives me the opportunity to do that, because if I wasn't getting paid, I wouldn't be able to have that directorship. I know that because I have that directorship and I have that responsibility that I know I'm getting paid for the agency and the work that I'm putting into it. And I can see that reflected with board as well. Like we have a board of volunteers that aren't paid and they don't feel that responsibility to give in as much work into the agency because they're not getting paid. So it's merely off of volunteer. So I can see that reflected even with my own board and if you go there, that as well. So yeah, I think getting paid is very important for the agencies and it keeps them alive instead of deteriorating the work. It makes the work better. And I know within just the past year, when the former director had started getting paid minimum wage, increases with students had increased by like 500%. If that's how much it increased by getting paid. So.
With, we will now move on to the second agency director that's here, Ella.
So I've only actually been working as a director for NDA for a couple of months now. And I would say it's pretty vital because not only am I putting in the 10 hours that's like I'm getting paid for, I also want to mention that a lot of the directors put in a lot of unpaid hours, a lot of volunteer hours. Like I can't speak for Jess, but I'm not required to be here right now and I'm not getting paid to be here just like the rest of you. Like we put in a lot of volunteer hours, we put in a lot of personal time. Like it's pretty like it's important that we're getting paid for those 10 hours, but it's not just that we're working 10 hours and then we're done with it for the week. Like we're putting in extra time because we care about the work and we're super passionate about it. I would also say that like, yes, some other groups on campus don't get paid. But I feel like we do put on a lot of events as agencies, like considering WGEC puts on so many events, like that's one agency. We're working as 6 agencies and we work together with we collaborate with each other to put on collaborative events to reach a broader base of students besides just what our agency is targeted on. So I do feel like it's super important that we're getting paid.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Koenig?
Just want to clarify, I don't think anyone is acting with malicious intent or that outcomes are being somehow like demonstrably harmed by this.
Is there any further discussion?
Well, I would actually like to see the 40,000 go down to 20,000, just so we can add pressure to SGA to use the reserve. And then not only that, but it would make SGA actually hold these directors accountable as well.
Commissioner Meister?
I would like to propose to the chair and more largely the larger commission that while it can be very important to be fiscally responsible and cut, and I'm sure you all know I've been an advocate of that during this conversation, the cutting of wages becomes complex in that a lot of the other items can be stabilized by the reserves in a more continuous fashion. They are more variable cost. A wage is a fixed cost. And so when we're cutting a fixed cost, if there is not an approved mechanism for resolving that, for example, if we had cut retainer, like accountant retainer, if we had cut our contract, if we had cut something like that, we may have obligations in those spaces to fill those costs. And cutting them would require, like, there would be no choice. We would have to pull from reserves as student government to do those things. When we are cutting more fixed costs like wages, while these specific wages are within our purview, but salaries are not for full-time staff. When you're cutting a salary, if student government does not fund that, well, that may put on pressure for student government to fund it from reserves. When that reserve container exhausts, you will run into a certain point where the wages will need to come back up or the service frequency and amount will go down. And so I don't know if we're throwing the football downfield for wages to say that we could not subsidize some of those costs. Whereas as time goes along with more variable costs such as programming, such as different items within the budget, such as making the determination to start legal services rather than include a new position, which could be in jeopardy 3 years down the line, start with reserves and then build up. I think we put ourselves in a position where if we already have this 40,500 and cut now, later we're going to run into a position of a necessity to increase fees to account for the decreased hours that we have removed from the directorships, or the directorships amount of available hours per week will go down and we will be in the bucket where by de facto function of pushing it to the reserves, we create a condition where the directors are just paid less and have more unpaid volunteer time. I have concerns with our approach if we take that direction personally, and can only advocate for a consideration of how more fixed cost versus variable cost should be considered by the commission. But that's all I can advocate.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Benitez?
I would like to yield my time to Shawnee.
I think that cutting student worker wages is very like complex in the sense of, it is like, I wouldn't say contractual obligation, but especially like when you try to take pools of money from different sources, it's hard to sort of navigate that complexity in budgeting. And also it sets up a precedent for next year for, as Commissioner Meister said, a more substantial increase with wages in considering the increase in minimum wage as well. Just being mindful of like, yes, it's important to understand that we do have around $250,000 of spendable reserves. Also making sure that it's sustainably spent over a longer period of time versus like cutting our entire budget now and essentially like doubling it next year. I don't think that's fiscally responsible in my personal opinion.
Is there any further discussion?
Well, I'm not saying that we can completely cut and use all of the reserves. I'm saying that we can do minor cuts and slowly increase SGA's account over time.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there any, Commissioner Hewish?
I think just to hone it back to like, I think that wages should stay consistent, and pulling half from reserves and then making the item for 20,000 just doesn't make a ton of sense. I think it just needs to be zeroed out or stay the amount that's requested.
Commissioner Meister?
I'd also like to provide a hypothetical to the chair and just note that if student government is to fund student legal services from our current amount of increase, that 85,847, not including any yearly wage increase, benefits increase, cost of living adjustment, anything to that effect. The totality of the reserves would be exhausted in under 5 years. If we're only talking about excess in allowed of the maximum, probably around 3 years by funding that lawyer position with no additional items on top of that. So now that we have made the decision as a commission, where we had not previously in other discussions about pushing things to the reserves, made the decision to cut $85,000 from student government. And there sounds like there's a plan in some form or fashion to use the reserves to support the additional position in student legal services. A large portion of student government's reserve plan will likely be dedicated, if they go that route, to that student legal services position. And there may be less room for them to work with more variable costs or even fixed cost if we are to remove additional things from the budget. I'd also like to then ask a question, and is that correct in my interpretation from student government leadership?
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Benitez?
I feel like, honestly, I feel like a lot of these discussions kind of just end up being like, oh yeah, let's cut them and take the money from reserves. So I feel like if we want to be so fiscally responsible, I don't feel like it's very fiscally responsible to just kind of throw everything back to reserves. And then 5 years down the line or later on, we have to start, adding more money back in, and it'll just kind of cause like a little loop, like a loop back effect. So I feel when it comes to stuff like that, I feel like it should kind of stay the same and find different areas to cut in and not just depend on
the reserves to supplement so much of the cutting.
Commissioner Wright.
I would like to echo what Commissioner Bates has said. I do not think it would be fiscally responsible for us to cut down the 40,000, 20,000. Because later down the line, next year's SABC commission or the one after that, they're gonna be looking at a 50% increase, and it will be, to put it lightly, a red flag for them. And that would just be unnecessary issues down the line.
Commissioner Hewish.
I would also stress, I think that if we were to cut this down to like 20,000 and expect SGA to pull the rest in reserves, I have ethical concerns about students having to have those discussions. I think that can cause more conflict and waste time. So I would really stress to keep it the 40,500.
Commissioner Levering.
I just like a point of clarification. So this 40,500 is being, how many student workers are being paid with this amount of money?
And to my knowledge, the student workers pay the 6 agency directors, and there's 6 agencies.
Up to 12, because agencies are able to have co-directors. So if they so choose, it could pay between 6 and 12 workers, either 6 workers at 10. Sorry, I wasn't recognized.
No, you're good. Just continue.
Either 6 workers at 10 hours a week or or 6 workers at 10 hours a week or 12 workers at 5 hours a week each.
What has been done? What are we practicing now?
Typically, it's the 6 workers at 10 hours a week, but some agencies choose to have 2 and to split it up just because it works better for them as individuals.
For further clarification, to my knowledge now, there in my conversations with Regent Adidam is that there is one agency that has co-directors, so 2 directors. That makes sense. Is there any further discussion? Sure.
Just like the record to reflect that that's approximately $6,750 per director for an entire year's wages.
Commissioner Koenig.
I think these people in many ways deserve to be paid. My quarrel is mostly with the volunteer basis, but also just the student fee part. So I don't think that they shouldn't make a living wage.
Commissioner Meister.
To the chair, I think there's been a lot of really robust discussion today regarding the student worker wages. I think from my interpretation, I'd just like the record to reflect that a lot of the commission's discussions have just been about how to be the most fiscally responsible, and not necessarily that we don't support any principles relating to supporting students or elements like that, but how can we be the most conscious of how we spend student fees? That's been my interpretation of the discussion. Someone can motion to strike that if they disagree, but it sounds like everyone's just been trying to approach with the best of intentions, and just wanted to reaffirm that for members of the commission and those in the audience.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Rye.
I would like the record to reflect that I will be abstaining only because I'm working on a student worker employment policy right now. And I do think there's a conflict of interest on me voting on this specific line item.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Levering.
I guess just for point of clarification, we're spending $40,500 roughly on 6 students, and this 40,500 is from Fund A funds. Is that correct?
6 to 12 agency or 6 to 12 student workers, and everything being discussed tonight money wise is coming from Fund A.
Well, I know, the body keeps going back and forth, and so I know one of the commissioners suggested slashing it in half. I think, ultimately we have to come together as a body on whether we're gonna zero this line out, or if we're gonna move forward with the 40,500 to pay essentially what we know as agency directors or co-directors, knowing that nobody else in those agencies who are volunteering their time are being paid, and also realizing that presidents of the 180 other student organizations are probably putting in just this amount of same time and are not being paid for their work. Again, I'm a strong advocate for their wages. However, I just want the commission to really consider, is this financially or fiscally responsible to continue to push forward the 40,500 for the agency directors.
Commissioner Paspara.
Okay, I would like to request some information from SGA. So currently, how many agency directors are we paying and co-directors, and how many weeks do they work?
I am going to forward that question to regional IDOM.
So right now we have 7 directors. We have 2 co-directors for FGSA, so they are splitting their 10 hours a week between the 2 of them, so 5 hours for them. The other directors are getting paid for 10 hours per week. I think it's also important to note that yes, this fund is like technically fiscally supporting those like 6 to 12 students, but those 6 to 12 students are supporting a larger number of the student body.
And how many weeks do they work?
So they technically work every single week. Over the summer, it's 6 hours. So instead of getting paid for 10 hours, they get paid for those 6 hours. Then over the semesters, they get paid 10 hours.
Commissioner Meister.
I'd also like the record to reflect that while there has been substantive discussion about ensuring that we recognize the contributions of students who are part of Tier 3 and Tier 2 organizations who run a registered student organization on campus, those organizations were disincorporated from the student government fund day allocation process over 30 years ago. That prior to the corporation and the fund day process, student government used to handle the budgets of every registered student organization on campus back in the 70s, 80s and before. When we created the corporation, all of their budgets went into that pool and they were able to have their own accounts. And organizations tied directly to the university through Board of Regents policy and other structures were brought into leadership of the corporation and were run through Fund A. So think of them as an entirely separate budgetary structure from what we're discussing here. I would hope someday there could be some kind of structure where registered student organization presidents could be paid, but I think it would be a misnomer for us here as the commission to believe that we may have some influence over their current budgetary structure and or their pay structures for how they support their students. So affirming one, my hope would be someday, maybe they could find a way to be compensated. 2, that they're outside of the SABC structure. 3, that realistically we could find ways to fund executive leadership of MAVPro, the Gateway, student government, different things of that nature, but they haven't submitted a request for that. And then 3, that 4, that the specific student directors who are paid by student government, as Regent Adidam mentioned, do have a significant, extensive downstream impact on other students. So it is a funnel or a point through which we organize student agencies and support student agencies to have impacts on the broad base of the student body and as a service performed by a specific individual that at this time is funded and I believe should continue to be funded.
Commissioner Fickensure.
Just as a point of clarification, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact that other people in the agency aren't being paid, but the directors are, from the sounds of it, it's because the directors are putting in more hours into the organization than the other members. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wanted to expand on that. So for our board, we have ideally serve maybe 2 to 4 hours on the board, but while we're serving those hours, it's there's a meeting that I'm facilitating. I'm the one leading that meeting, so I'm the one doing the work that's prepping the meeting, prepping the agenda. We then just sit through that meeting and report everything that we do. Then those other 2 hours may be office hours, like we said, throughout the week to distribute products to the student body that program.
But most of the time, they're just sitting in the room waiting for people to distribute those products, because most of the time I have products during my office. So yeah, so they may be volunteering their time back.
I would agree. I would say my board members work maybe like 2 hours a week, like they come to my house meetings, which again, I do facilitate. And then I might ask them to help with like certain Instagram posts or flyers or other things. I don't have like a distribution program like Jess, so her people do have to work a little bit more. But again, they are volunteer. And I would say at max, like, yeah, 2-3 hours a week. Probably closer to 15. So.
Commissioner Vitez.
Yeah, I know someone brought it up earlier about the tier 3 organization that not being paid. I feel like that's a very different situation, especially considering how much work the directors have to do in terms of how many students they serve. I'm president for Outlaws on campus, and I would be shocked if I ever had like for AMS 800 students ever like honestly like 5 years come in, and they do that in 1 year. So I feel like it's a very different situation in terms of directors. I feel that their work is very much more organizational, like they have to, go look at accounts, they have to, find their board, they have to do a lot of planning and stuff like that. But compared to like a tier 3 organization, at most you're planning like 1 to 2 events per month. And most of the time they're planning very large organizations like WUC, Check Back the Night and stuff like that. That's such large meetings that I feel like a salary allows them to kind of not have to worry about, I have to do all this stuff and then I also have to, go work on the weekends or something like that. It helps them kind of keep a level head and make sure that they're both, doing their organization right and then also serving as many students as they possibly can.
Commissioner Koenig.
I think I'm the one who brought up this specific subtopic, and I just want to say, when I brought it up, I didn't necessarily mean that these directors are being paid and other agency directors aren't. I more meant that other programs don't receive a budget at all, and that these organizations, they receive a budget, which is very necessary, but they're also receiving funds that we're paying their directors. Also, it feels like slightly wrong to me to say that we're paying the directors but not their other helping staff because those people work less. I feel like it demeans the hours that those people do put in to say, well, because they work less, we obviously don't pay them.
Commissioner Meister.
I would agree with the sentiment that was just shared. I do think that it's important also to add a point of information that oftentimes there are 2 types of boards. There are programmatic or working boards and more like operational boards. My understanding is that the contributions of different student agencies are both programmatic and operational. They create designs for how they want their agency to function, and they also run programs. I do think at some point it could be an opportunity where we could talk about different ways that we can support board member engagement and involvement and participation. I think that we would be remiss if we were not to consider the potential impact that's saying just because someone else is not paid currently, that means we need to reduce the guardrails that we put in place to support engagement and involvement of the directors. Agencies fought for decades to get these student worker wages, and board members are not paid right now. And I think that's a travesty and an inconsistency. And that doesn't mean directors shouldn't be paid. Those 2 things can be true at the same time. And I think we don't need to suggest that we need to remove something in order to achieve the state that we want to achieve. I think we can have conversations downstream about how to support additional participation and involvement in agencies in a way that's structurally and fiscally sound. But I think right now, the current role and accessibility to the position and involvement that these funds creates is something that should be more of an immutable consideration for us. I would encourage us not to mute it by defunding it. I would encourage us to consider the impact that it has and also understand that there are structural inconsistencies and inequities in our system for other board members. And that does not mean we are valuing them less because they are not current currently paid, but we have not had a proposal before us to fund them. And I don't think the appropriate response for us is to defund the directors. I think we would miss the mark as a budget commission if we were to defund the directors with that logic and rationale. I think it is sound to say that we should appreciate and acknowledge the variable contributions that different individuals who participate in student organizations contribute. And that is a much larger student community question that, if I were to be completely honest, should probably be maybe a larger student government question that they can begin to talk about together with their agencies, with the student community, whether it be through referenda, whether it be through town halls, whether it be through all these items. But for them to say, we need these funds right now to support our directors, for us to see repeatedly over years that it is improving outcomes for students to have these directors there, improving institutional integrity, improving opportunities for us to have retention of institutional knowledge and documentation of what's actually happening in these agencies, so they can hand that on with inconsistency from year to year in student retention, because students switch positions. Student government's just about a whole new product every single year. Same with SABC, same with a lot of these organizations. So to have that person who can dedicate time to documenting, helping to create, helping to implement that execution, I think is absolutely invaluable. I think the funding helps to do that. That's, again, only my position. I can only say that to the chair in hopes that it'll reach the commission, and just advocate for that. I don't think the inverse approach is necessarily something I would degrade. I just don't agree with it. I think we should go another way. I think we have a lot of rationale for why we should fund them. I encourage my commissioners to consider my opinion. I know I've spoken up a lot. Thank you for listening. That's all I got.
I am going to seek a motion that we end discussion on this motion, as I feel like the pros and cons have been stated multiple times by multiple different people. First from Commissioner Fern and a second from Commissioner Morales. So we are now back to the original motion, which I forgot what it was. I'm going to ask our minute taker to remind us of that motion.
Right now, we would be entering a vote on student worker wages
For the
40,500.
Okay, so we are now going to move to a period of voting for the 40,500 for student workers. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 8. All those opposed? 3. And then all those that abstain. With that, the motion passes. Student worker wages line item will be for 40,500. Moving on to the next line item of AMS with the total of $19,420. Commissioner Meister.
Motion to approve.
There's a second by Commissioner Fickenscher. Is there discussion on this motion? Commissioner Meister.
Just let the minutes reflect that I personally believe they did a really great job at finding cost efficiencies, cutting, and really just being intentional about from year to year trying to decrease their budget, especially given the current budgetary conditions of the universities. Good job, AMS.
Any further discussion? With no further discussion, we move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. With that, the motion passes. The line item for AMS will be $19,420.40. Moving on to the next line item for FGSA for $17,282.40. Commissioner Koenig.
Motion to approve the amount.
There's a first motion, a second motion by Commissioner Rye. Any discussion? Since there is no discussion, we move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. That the motion passes. FGSA will be allocated $17,280.40. Moving on to the next line item of ISS. They're requesting SGA is requesting $25,212.80 for this line item. Commissioner.
Can I motion to reduce the line item to 20,000?
So there's a motion on the floor. It is seconded by Commissioner Pascaros. Is there any discussion on the $20,000 motion? Commissioner Koenig.
I support this motion for a couple of reasons. One of them is that obviously we're trying to keep student fees like lower, so keeping this line item more similar to the previous year's line item is, I think, a good idea. Also, I worry about the portion of students that this agency serves. I think it's an important agency. I just don't know. I feel like it might have a larger budget than is proportional to how many students it's serving. The proposed budget, I mean.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Bubak.
Is there a representative here for ISS?
It would be Regent Adidam.
Okay, kind of going based off that, how many students benefit from this program? And also, is it expanding?
Yeah, so the way ISS operates like in the past or has operated in the past is really closely with the International Studies Department. Because of the audit and the outcomes, student agencies are able to collaborate with academic units, which essentially like kind of centers that relationship with international studies. They used to supplement for the international banquet budget, which is kind of their keynote event that they do at the beginning, where the majority of their program money goes to. In addition to hosting international banquet, the supplemented $5,000 would be to expand services to connect international students with traditional students is the word, students. So to ensure that there is more connection with smaller programs. That's $5,000 would be used for, and it's also important to note that yes, ISS is mainly used to like spread awareness about international students, but everyone is able to attend an international banquet. I guess like personal privilege, like I've attended the international banquet for the past 3 years, and international students.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? I'm a little slow. So the subsidization is ISS doing that to the banquet, or was that previously coming from the international studies?
Yeah, so it used to be like a partnership event where ISS would fund some of it, and then international students would fund some of it, and it would just be a collaboration event. That's a really feasible.
Any further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Larry.
Would it be appropriate to ask who is the current director of ISS? I have no idea who is representing that.
I will agency that.
His name is Jose Estrada. He is a international student studying business administration. He is super nice. Yeah. Or I guess like.
Has the director of ISS been present for any of these, I guess, meetings concerning their budget?
Yeah, so he presented to Student Senate the budget allocation. He got back to me with the information that's on your sheet. He also has been extremely responsive during his time as director in terms of like timeliness and responding to emails, attending volunteering relevant meetings, and I guess remaining very on top of like things or on top of communication with ISS progress this past year.
Any further discussion on this motion? Commissioner Koenig.
Knowing what I know now, I no longer worry so much that they're not benefiting a larger percentage of students. I wasn't sure how much of that money included a larger percentage of the student body, so I think it's reasonable.
Commissioner Meister.
I'd just like the record to reflect that all student agencies, to the best of my knowledge, have programs that are accessible by all members of the student body. There is no known, to the best of my knowledge, from participating in them, going to student government meetings, talking about policy and procedure, any prohibition on any student of any background, of any particular involvement in UNO from attending an event put on by a Fund Day organization, while agencies represent specific types of focal areas for involvement and engagement of the student body to help elevate the voices and interests of particular ways of conceptualizing how our campus has or hasn't been accessible to certain folks. Everyone is welcome to attend and participate in their services and programs. So as we're considering agencies, I just wanted to share that from my perspective. If I'm incorrect in that, any member of the body can feel free to let me know.
Thank you for making that point. Commissioner Koenig.
I just want to clarify, my worry was that these funds might have been going to like more concrete things, like how student agencies provide tampons and pads and things. If you're male, you probably won't need those. So that's something that you can't access, like you're not barred from it, but I'm just like, that was my worry translated to this agency. That there were things that concretely can't be used by most students.
Is there any, Commissioner Morales?
Yeah, I kind of want to get the commission's like thoughts on this. Because we've been kind of talking about like reserves and being fiscally responsible with those, and kind of talking about like fixed expenses that they have. With the international banquet, it, like I am saying, like it's like 17,000 that totals like funding that from what they have broken down. Since this is like, I guess, something new that ISS would have to pay, or International Student Services would have to pay, since their previous partnership isn't viable anymore. Kind of pushing SGA, since this is like a one event thing for this, since they are going to have to run down their reserves, funding this event out of the reserves, especially since like their current policy kind of like hints towards like bigger events that are gonna serve like a big group of students, like to pull from the reserves for certain things like that. And I know they're gonna change that, but this kind of still like, it's like, okay, this is something new that they're gonna have to pay now, and it's a bigger amount. And they have those funds available to use those funds. But I just kind of want to see what the commission thought on that.
I'm going to, we spoke a lot tonight about equity. My opinion and my issue with that, and I realize I'm the chair, so maybe I maybe stepping out of place just a little bit here. But since we, as a commission, already have voted on AMS and FGSA, and we are not putting, or we did not decide to reduce those and supplement or give the idea to SGA to supplement reserves, I don't think it's fair for ISS to get that funding where other agencies are not able to gather that same funding. If that is clear, I think we should be, as a commission, focusing on equity for all agencies, all tier 1 organizations. Commissioner Koenig.
One of my reasons for wanting to decrease the amount currently is that when looking at the different budget requests for the SGA agencies, disregarding student legal services, ISS is the second highest, just below WGEC. And I was like concerned that because I felt that they were serving a smaller population of students, that them being the second highest rated agency was a little bit unequal. But considering that this banquet was $17,000, that's like a huge portion of that budget, like ratio wise, it's like almost 2/3. So I just feel like we should take that into consideration, like they're putting on something, and that's where a lot of their funds are going. It's not like they've just got huge programming advantages over the other agencies.
Commissioner Rye.
Point of clarification for the SGA leadership. You said that the ISS can no longer partner with the international programs. And they would partner up mainly for the international banquet. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the way that ISS's relationship worked with SGA is like they were technically still under Dean Student Government and they still participated in all our agency meetings and initiatives and things like that. But something different that they had in addition to SGA support was like that international studies support. Which can no longer be feasible under the
Did the international studies provide monetary support? Do you know how much they provided?
Commissioner Meister.
Point of information, from prior conversations several years ago, that monetary support was substantive. A lot of the programs that international studies support, such as like global diplomats, or some of like the new orientation for international students, or even some of the subsidization of ISS, they really try and make sure there's a very broad and comprehensive umbrella of services for new students coming to the country, so that as they're getting used to the process of coming to maybe a foreign country that may not have their primary language present, and they're adjusting and coping to an international transfer. There are a lot of complexities that come in that social acculturation period that can be really difficult for students to adjust to. So oftentimes they have used a portion of their departmental budget to help subsidize those programs. The big change this year was the audit said no longer can there be those departmental relationships with Fund A organizations in the same way. They may exist in a different form or fashion later on, but that, at least from being in global diplomats and adjacent group, there was some very substantive ISS financial support for making sure that some of these things could happen, logistical support, organizational support that may or may not be present now that there is that delineation between what support can be available.
Regional Aid.
Just like kind of adding on to that, so they are still able to like support them and like mentor or the ISS director in terms of like planning and hosting events. It's more so just that monetary aspect that cannot be collaborated, which is why that increases.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Koenig.
I just want to say that if a reason we're worried about this issue is because it's an increase in funding and we're trying to keep the fee low, we could vote on this issue now with the knowledge that we can see the fee total later. And if we feel that we need to come back to this issue because of that, we can vote to do that.
Commissioner Lovering.
To the region, so ISS hosts the international banquet. What other events besides that is ISS engaged in?
So in the past, I'm not sure like how much of that has come through SGA's like UPFFA funding or how much of that has come through international studies funding. But from past presentations, like I know they host like Zoom trips and they've tried to invite international students and connect them with I don't want to say traditional students, but just students from the US to go to the zoo and just network, and also like onboarding programming, getting international students like accustomed to Canvas. I don't know like monetarily how much of that has been funded through that collaborative aspect.
Point of clarification, collaborative aspect, is that collaboration for the zoo trips, is that coming from the International Studies Office or is that coming from?
I don't.
So aside from the international banquet, there's not much else that we know ISS is engaged in to reach the broader student population.
Monetarily, the reason for the increase is because they do want to expand their programming to include a more smaller scale programming through ISS versus international students.
Is there any further discussion? With there being no further discussion, we move to a period of voting. All those in favor of making the line item 20,000, please raise your placard. And all those opposed? 2. All those abstain? With that, the motion passes. The line item for IS.
That was an amendment to the line.
Oh. I thought it was just a motion.
There's a motion to change the line item to that amount, but then the line item would still need to be voted on.
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
okay. Commissioner James,
I motion to approve the amended value for line item ISS, the rate value of 20,000.
there's a second by Commissioner Morales. Is there discussion on this? With there being no discussion, everyone in favor, please raise your placards. 10. All those opposed?
Who seconded that?
Commissioner Morales.
But, okay. Oh, got it.
With that, the motion passes. The line item for ISS will be $20,000. Moving on to the next line item of NDA. $10,586.40. Commissioner Koenig,
Motion to approve the requested.
seconded by Commissioner Fickenscher. Is there discussion on this motion? Commissioner Levering?
Yes, I just like to ask I think the director from NDA is here, so I'm just curious what programming or how they plan to reach more of the student population here at UNO.
So as mentioned, in the past, NDA has not been active since about, maybe about 2018.
So, we have had leadership in place, I think.
I was going to say, we became inactive back in about 2022. We have had some changes in leadership and we did not have any events the fall semester. And we have not had any like recurring events like the ISS banquet. For our funding for next year, we are planning on hosting a trivia night in October because that is Disability Awareness Month. That would incorporate some disability awareness trivia, but also like regular trivia, it'd be open to all groups of people. We are planning a blanket event, a mega blanket day, to help donate to the Maverick Food Pantry to help students in need that way. Again, that would be accessible to everybody. Anybody can come help with that. We are also planning a hot cocoa event and a stress management event towards the end of May. So just enable to reach out to people and explain what disabilities are, how campus can be more accessible, and just incorporate more people to show that we do, like, we want to help everybody on campus feel like this is a safe and inclusive space for them. Because disabilities are more than just the ones you see. And sorry. Disability is more than just the ones you see. So NDA as a whole works on just advocating for education. In fact, I'm presenting in 2 weeks to the biomechanics club about ADA and how being compliant in ADA is important for those with disabilities. So education is our main goal.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Fickenscher?
To add on to what she said, disability is also something that can affect anybody at any time. You can have it, you can be born with a disability, you can develop one, or like an accident can happen and all of a sudden you're disabled. So being aware of kind of the stigma around disability and telling people that it's okay, kind of makes campus a better place for students who struggle with their identity as a person with a disability.
Any further, Commissioner Levering?
I'm not saying, I mean, I agree with the commissioner, sorry. I don't know. Fickenscher. I mean, certainly I think we should be advocating for, students with disabilities, whether those are visible or not. However, I know that their line item is quite small compared to their other agencies, so. I don't know, just, question, are we supporting them enough to actually make a larger impact with the student body as far as people are aware of disabilities, whether those are visible or not visible, So I would just advocate for their continued support with this body.
Is there any more deliberation in this motion?
Clarification. Like add changes for accessibility like on campus.
So we do partner with Accessibility Services Center, which is located at H&K. Right now, we are working towards releasing a survey that would try to target places on campus that are not accessible. So while NTA cannot actually change anything, we cannot like fix wheelchair buttons, we cannot build ramps. We do try to bring those issues to light in order to encourage administration to work towards making those things more accessible. If that makes sense.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Meister.
I'd like to mention that I'm going to abstain. I was a previous board member of NDA, so it'd be a conflict of interest.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Levering.
I just want a motion to approve the budget item of 10,856. I'm sorry, 10,586 for India.
Seconded by Commissioner Morales. Any discussion on the motion? We now move to a period of voting. All those in favor of 10,586.40. 11. All those abstain, or all those opposed? All those that abstain. 1. With that, the motion passes. NDA will be allocated $10,586.40. Moving on to the next line item of QTS. Line item is $16,810.40. Commissioner Rye,
I motion to approve $16,810.40 for QTS.
seconded by Commissioner Meister. Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Morales, or sorry, whoa.
I'll go with it.
Commissioner Koenig.
I don't know if I'm gonna advocate for an amendment to this, or if I just wanted to make this comment known. I think that queer and trans services is really, really important, specifically right now. And so I would even think it might be acceptable to leave their funding at what it was previously instead of decreasing it, just because of recent challenges that queer and trans people are facing, and how much they might need to keep our previous funding. That's all.
So just as for clarification, that was not an amendment,
No.
just part of the discussion.
For
Perfect.
consideration.
Is there any further discussion on this? Commissioner Rye.
I guess question for SGA leadership, why was there a decrease in their budget by 689,000 or 680? No, what that amount?
That's such a decrease.
Why was there a decrease of that $689?
We all moved to group for like 2 minutes.
Oh, I can answer right now.
So I can just pull up the.
So if you want to, because it's not on there, it was a change to Senate and. So am I recognized?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're in the process of looking to effectively in the Senate, we're strategizing a way to have a 0% fee increase in the student senate. And so we did proportional cuts from each of the student government agencies, which when then taken in consideration with the student legal services cut and other additional cuts from programming and other parts of the budget, it would result in if Maverick Productions and Gateway each got their entire budgets approved, those cuts right there would be necessary enough to prevent any sort of fee increase and to keep the fee flat or slightly reduced. So that very specific number that they were reduced was that proportional amount which was cut. But since then, we have also cut more than was originally calculated.
Commissioner Meister.
Request for information. Do you mind if I direct a question to our friend taking the minutes?
Yes, you can.
Nate. So just kind of a brief reframe of that, just to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. My understanding then from what you're saying is these numbers that were provided to us for each of the agencies already reflect an effort by student government to make equitable distributions across the agencies to ensure more fiscal responsibility in the way that our budgets are being proposed.
That is correct. I believe it was approximately throughout the process, $4,000 that was equitably cut between the 6 different agencies during the Senate budget process.
And that was based proportionally, my understanding was on their programming accounts.
That is correct. So it was taken proportionally based off of their programming because we did not want to impact their operating kind of aspects, but just off of programming and events. And that's how the cuts were made. So that's how QTS ended up with that very specific number. Because I believe they had initially requested a flat budget with no changes.
Commissioner Koenig.
I feel that in light of other cuts that we've made, and due to the proportionally kind of smaller budget they have, and also because of how important these services are, that I motion to make an amendment to keep the flat change, to keep the budget at 1750, or is that?
So you're making a motion or an amendment to the motion that we're discussing?
Yes.
Okay, so there is an amendment brought forth by Commissioner Koenig to move the 17,500 to their as their line item number. Is there a second? Commissioner Meister? Is there any discussion on this? With there being no discussion?
Sorry, I was just gonna add, I just wanna make sure that we're being fiscally sound and responsible. I understand. I don't necessarily feel like the $689 is necessarily gonna do much in changing what QTS is able to do as a student agency on campus. I think that we continue to move forward in a fiscally responsible manner. I think that they were considerate of the situation with the audit that we were in. So I think that it sounded like they made a decision that they were willing to undergo this cut to stay in course that due to the audit that, you know, we are operating in a fiscally sound manner, and it sounds like some of that money was cut. You said the money was cut from 4,000 cut from programming.
It was, yeah, across all 6 agencies. So
All 6
it was $4,000 combined across all
So-
6 agencies.
That's just I'm adding to the discussion after that.
I think that's a really great point, and I just want to address it by like saying that I think it levels out because of the money that we've cut out of other places, like can't remember, ISS, I think it was. We cut down by $5,000. So like here we're only increasing by like 700, so I feel like it matches.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Benitez?
I motion, right, I guess I motion to amend.
The amendment.
Let me change it to 1,700, like flat.
So you're making an amendment?
I guess so, or whenever it gets to that point, I feel like a good middle amount would be 1,700.
So now we have an amendment on the amendment for the motion. Is there a second for the amendment on the amendment of the motion? seconded by Commissioner Morales. The discussion on the amendment of the amendment to the motion.
Request for clarification, 1,700 or 17,000?
17,000?
Thank you.
17,000.
1,700 is too strict, my bad.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Koenig.
That's still like a decrease of $500 from their previous budget. Like the decrease that was proposed is only about $700, so we would still be decreasing by 500. And I just feel that it's really reasonable to say, let them keep $700.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment of the amendment to the motion? Okay, if there's no further discussion, we are going to move to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placard.
Of the amendment to the.
Yeah, of the amendment to the motion.
Request for clarification.
Yes, Commissioner Wooster.
While we are voting on an amendment to an amendment, what is the specific dollar amount that we're going to be pushing up through this amendment cycle if we say yes? And if we say no, what are we going back to?
So this amendment, the amendment to the amendment of the motion is $17,000 that we would take all the way
In,
to the original motion.
And if we
Well-
deny this, we go back to 17,500 for
Yes, correct.
consideration.
Yes. So all those in favor of the 17,000 for the amendment to the amendment of the motion, please raise your placard. 5. All those opposed? 7. All those abstain? With that, the motion fails. Or the amendment fails. We are now back to the amendment on the motion for 17,500. Is there any further discussion on this 17,500 amendment? With there being no further discussion on the amendment to the motion, all those in favor of the $17,500, please raise your placard. Ten. All those opposed? 1. All those abstained. With that, the amendment passes. We are now back to the motion, which due to the amendments, we are now in discussion on the motion for $17,500 for the allocation. Discussion?
Discussion with unanimous consent.
Okay, I am going to. Oh, wait, sorry, Senator Meister, you just say a little bit louder.
I motioned to end discussion by unanimous consent. If there is dissent, I withdraw my motion.
Is there any dissent? With that, we move to a period of voting. All those in favor of 17,500, please raise your placard. 10. All those opposed? 1. All those that abstain? 1. With that, the motion passes. QTS line item will be QTS allocation will be 17,500. Moving on to the next line item, WGEC. $38,890.40. Is there? Commissioner Levering.
I'm gonna motion to decrease the WGEC request from 38,000 to 20,000.
I'm gonna have you repeat that. Can you please repeat that motion?
Yes, I'm gonna motion to move line item 59 for WGC $38,890.40 to $20,000.
Is there a second for that motion? With there not being a second for that motion fails. Commissioner Koenig.
I just wanna, I don't know, provide some context. I feel like if you disregard student legal services, this is the student agency with the largest budget, but I feel like if you put that into context of reasonably, this agency could be serving every single woman on campus, and that's at least 50% of the student body. It would make sense maybe why this is proportionally so large when they're providing such large services as pads and tampons and Plan B and such products free of charge to students who might not have the necessary means to get these items, which are very important.
Commissioner Benitez.
I also agree with that. I feel like even if a good chunk of the supplies they provide, like pads and stuff like that, are specifically tailored for women, I feel like Plan B condoms and stuff like that, a lot of the safe sex things they provide are also able to be applicable to men as well. So I feel that their agency budget that they want allocated is proportionate, at least, and that they serve so many students, and a big chunk of how they serve is by providing items. And I feel like they also do a good effort in working with outside community organizers, which I feel kind of lessens the burden that, you know, that have to be allocated to them.
Commissioner Meister.
I would just like the minutes to reflect that while the word woman is in the title, that gender is a spectrum and that any student can access these particular services, that the WGEC will not turn away any student, regardless of sex or gender, that their services are accessible to all students, and even if the specific individualized products that may be provided in mass and in bulk and accessible to the broad-based student body may be menstrual products, that any student can access those for any reason, and our prerogative, I believe, is not to assign whom may be using these products, but necessarily to say, are we providing them in a way that's broad-based? I think if we begin to describe prescriptively how a specific product will be used or who may use that product, we're moving away from conversations of budget. If there's not a prohibition on the use of a specific service or designation of a specific product, of whatever the product may be from any organization, for us to define how that product is used would be no different than to say, by buying cuisine in the international banquet for a specific group to represent their needs, we are only allowing that specific group to eat that food, buy that food, engage with that food. That is not, like, just because that food is bought does not mean those are the only folks who can benefit from that food. Food can benefit a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. I think these prescriptive ideas or structured ideas of how we're describing these products at times in our media and our conversations is just not necessarily beneficial for proper conceptualization of this is a service that any student at the university can use, access, and gather. As a student who has known parents who are using and requesting these services to help support their families, to help support their access to the campus, to help support engagement, who may need products for themselves or those they know who may also be students. I think that accessing that and creating a space where folks can access those products is absolutely essential. If the product is going to a UNO student, which I believe is something that the WG takes great care to do regardless of what the product may be, I think that is kind of the benchmark. And I think that they do a fantastic job of supporting students on campus, of making sure that they are reaching a wide variety of students in a way that any student can access for any reason, that we don't necessarily need to decide whether that reason is valid, but just that it is accessible, that it's broad-based, and that it's something that students can use, and that they're having an impact on students by doing it. And every data and metric they've brought to student government, and every conversation I've had about the WGEC, that impact is happening. All of the other things are for different spaces to have conversations about. And I think they're impacting students. They're using the dollars well. They have a reason for why they want the dollars. An increase is present. I think it's justified.
Commissioner Koenig.
Just in agreement with Commissioner Meister, I had previously said that it was a hypothetical sort of that if only the people who were directly using these products were were the ones that with access to them, it would still be about 50% of campus. And I said women, I meant to say female students. I am not a woman and I access these products, so that was I misspoke there and I just wanna clarify that.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Levy.
I just want to call into, I'm not saying that, you know, what the other commissioners have mentioned isn't, you know, sound or, you know, as evidence, you know, supported by evidence. However, looking at their operational account, I mean, their operational account is probably 3 or 4 times that of their the other agencies. And so I guess I'm just more curious, do we know how many students actually WGEC is serving here at the university? Is there a record kept of that?
I'm gonna direct you to that sheet that was introduced earlier in the meeting. It's if you can't find it on there, then we can direct that question to regional item. Director. Or director, sorry. Commissioner Meister.
I'd also like the minutes to reflect that, similar to a point I brought up in a previous conversation, just as some specific positions may have different types of deliverables and products that they create, different services may have different material costs in order to sustain them. So you may see different costs from more programmatically structured agencies versus service-based agencies. WGEC's structure is a combination of both from their conversations that they've had with the student government. And some of these specific services that are not replicated in other agencies require additional material costs and therefore are reflected in their increased total amount. So while it may be disproportionate to other structured agencies within the structure of student government, that disproportionality is substantiated by service delivery and the material cost of those services on campus.
Commissioner Ryan.
I just wanna say, I was, we're focusing a lot on the menstrual products, and I wanna say that WGC also helps provide, or also helps other demographics on campus. They, provide access to products like wipes, shampoo, lotion for like parents who have kids. And having the funding to continue offering these products or services reduces the hardship that student parents face when balancing financially with their education.
Not to bring up the menstrual products again, but just my point revolves around them. I think you could make the argument that every time someone walks into a bathroom and there are menstrual products available, they are being served. So basically anyone who uses a bathroom.
I'm going to seek a motion that 38,890.40 is going to be allocated for this 25-26 year. First by Commissioner Koenig and a second by Commissioner Morales. Move on to a period of discussion on this motion. Commissioner Levy.
If I may ask the director who's here now, there's an increase, additional increase of $4,390.40. I guess I'd like more clarification for the body on where that $4,000 should go towards.
Yeah, so I have throughout like making the budget and everything, I've accumulated a list of everything that I feel it's going to get allocated to. So our programming is increasing, so you're talking, just to clarify about like the 4,000, just like the total amount that's increasing. Yeah, so that includes programming and operational. So our programming is increasing by a couple $1,000s because the GSRC is shut down over the summer, and administration
cited the WGC and QTS as resources that students could go to, so we feel responsible to provide that program. GSRC no longer provide, feel it's our responsibility alongside QTS, who is the sister agency to us, to provide that programming that's lacking, that I and a lot of students have seen missing on campus. We're expanding on our sexual health. We're trying to provide more items than just pregnancy tests. We're trying to provide NGI testing. We're expanding on our menstrual health. Just in the last year, I think this year, we had to move everything out of the Maverick Food Pantry, and that has just like catastrophically impacted how our distribution works. And we are working to get everything back to the pantry, and I'm pretty sure that the menstrual products are going to get back into the Maverick pantry. So just alone, the year that we've had everything in the Maverick Food Pantry, there were over 1,000 products that were distributed. Out of those 1,000 products, there's 20 products in each package. So that's 20,000 pads or tampons that we distributed to students on campus. So that's the amount of money that we're asking for is a lot more than $20,000 is a lot that we've provided for students on campus. So yeah, and all of our products are accessible to everybody. Today we had a really big successful Big O, and we gave Big O is for those of you that don't know, is a campaign section of the health campus. And we were able to talk to over 100 students on campus. And I think it was a lot. So the career achievements for that we had, that we were able to come across a lot of things and be distributed to anybody. We didn't try away from giving resources to people who weren't representing the community. So we give products to anybody, not just women, members. And I think we want to continue our partnerships with the Maverick Food Pantry, and we want to continue the support that we provide to students, because if you cut our budget by $18,000, you would see a very drastic impact on the services that we provide to the student body, and no one else provides those services. We do. So if we were going to come up with a solution to provide those resources to students, I think we would have to work elsewhere to provide the support that we can to the student body.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion? With there being no further discussion, we are going to move to a period of voting. All those in favor of the $38,890.40, please raise your placard. 11. All those opposed? And those that abstain? With that, the motion passes. WGEC line item will be $38,890.40. The next line item will be the total,
Which is not calculating.
request. It will calculate, just give me 2 seconds,
Oh,
okay? So with that all added up, we are now looking at the total request from Student Government Association with a total of $458,162.60. Commissioner Koenig.
This is the last, like, aside from the overall like total budget, this is the last item, right?
For SGA. Or
For
I'm-
consideration.
Yeah, like we've considered Map Pro and Gateway, and this is SGA, so after this, we just vote on the entire budget.
Correct, yes.
So considering that, could we see what the fee is at right now?
Yeah, if, in order to do that, I would love for a move to group for at least 10 minutes. Commissioner Meister.
I could ask for, is it okay if I mention something and then we could decide what we would want our motion to be based off that? Is that okay?
Sure.
Once we approve this, the next item is the overall approval. I think in between those two things might be a good option to move to Groove for a second while they would calculate. And that way we could have a solidified position on where we stand currently. And then if we need to go back, we can reconsider a specific budget if we need to prior to approval. So we could possibly make a decision on student government's current budget and then move to Groove for a amount of time recommended by the chair for those calculations. And then come back, and that could provide time to go to the restroom and get a drink. Thoughts?
Commissioner Koenig.
The reason I was asking about it now is because I was gonna, like, depending on the fee, I was gonna ask if we could reconsider ISS's total budget, and so I was just not sure how many times we'd have to be like, move to reopen this, and then move to reopen this if we did it afterwards.
Commissioner Meister.
I think that would depend on the motions the chair is willing to entertain. If you'd like us to go through several levels of reconsideration, or if you'd like to say, now that we're in the period of overall budget consideration, you can adjust lines as needed.
I'm gonna give you this advice. If you, as a commissioner, if you feel that we need to revisit a line item for SGA, now is the time to make that motion to go back to that. Okay.
Or if we do it afterward.
Or we can do it afterwards. We can do either, but like know that it's easier or.
If you entertain a motion that's really specific, then we could like skip 2 votes.
Okay, so actually, we are now going to vote on the total. And then we will revisit after. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Turn these on.
Oh, I thought I'd wave my arms and on. Just make it up.
Okay. Try that. Okay, there we go. So I'm seeking a motion for $458,162.60 be allocated to Student Government Association for the 25-26 year. Commissioner Morales was the first, and then the second was from Commissioner Levering. Is there any discussion on this motion? With there being no discussion, we move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 11. All those opposed? All those that abstain? 1. With that, the motion passes. Mr. James.
I move to Groove for a period of time that the chair indicates.
I'm going to indicate that we shall come back at 10:45. So that's 14 minutes. So
14.
That's 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
sorry.
Okay.
I wanted to learn that. So, yeah, do we have a second? Commissioner Morales, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. Well, the motion passes.
I did. Strong? Strong. All right. Yeah, I'm giving them that strong, I guess.
Now you
Yeah,
just need to
doing
quit
good. My Word document
Two
stops
hours.
working. This isn't like normally I can like adjust the bullet points, the bullet points just stop working, so they're gonna really slow.
Whether or not I wanna revisit that issue.
Yeah, so we'll see the fee first and
Yeah,
then
but we
that way.
just voted on the motion. We didn't have to.
Your motion will just be motion to reconsider the motion blank, noting that it will just return to approval of the change.
That's all you got. And then what we. How big of the appreciation, We good?
Yeah.
I really.
Did you say?
Yeah, yeah. Third. When we get to. I realize.
Yeah, because I have. This is my bag. Sad.
Oh, that's open. Yeah. I mean, we have a copy, we have a saved copy in 2014, right? You downloaded it, right?
Yeah.
I have my own copy.
I'm just gonna hide copies.
Oh, you're good with that. Okay.
Okay, now that we are back in session, we are now going to move to the next item of the agenda, which is the overall budget allocation. So I'm gonna pull it up on the screen. So this is the allocations. So up here we have Gateway, Macro, SGA, and this is their 25-26 allocation. It comes to a total of $714,097.72. So with the projected UPFF fee revenue, that is $721,444. So we are looking at a 29-cent decrease for student fees for Fund A. So students currently pay the $30.11. We are looking at approving the $29.82. Commissioner Meister.
Is that estimated enrollment consistent with 25-26?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and you changed the text there, so it
Oh.
reflects 25.6.
Sorry, that is my bad. Yes, that's the correct number for sorry, I was doing it on my computer. Now, so that number reflects the estimated enrollment for 25-26. So you're still looking at the 29-cent decrease of one day. Commissioner James.
Seeking a point of clarification, I'm looking at one of the materials that provided in our folders as commissioners.
Yes.
And the total value in that, it's off, and I'm not sure it's a significant point, but I'll make sure it's clear. On the screen there, it says 23,947, whereas on here it says 20,857. Is that a minor discrepancy?
Sorry, can you
Human
go-
error?
Which line?
Sorry, cell B11, where the number says 22,947. It's a little off from what's in the provided material, 23,857. Does that make a significant difference?
Can you crunch it with?
Yeah, we
the
can,
other
so
number?
if you could just please read that number,
Yeah, sure. 23,857.
857.
Correct.
So if that is the number, again, these are estimates.
Right.
So around the number that is in there, we are probably looking anywhere from a 29-cent decrease to an 18-cent decrease. So due to the fact that we have a decrease, I am going to seek a motion that we approve all the allocations for the 3 tier 1 organizations and approve the UPFF fee of $29.93 for the year 25-26. Commissioner Morales is the first to for that motion, and a second by Commissioner Rye. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, with there being no discussion, we now move to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. With that, the motion passes. The UPFF fee for the 25-26 will be $29.93. Oh. All right, I didn't mean to close the agenda. Really, I'll just grab one from over here.
Look at the chairperson report.
Yeah, so chairperson report, I want to first thank everyone for their time and commitment to SABC. I I feel like we managed pretty well time-wise, and I am very, very, very pleased that we were able to decrease it. Instead of keep it the same, because that will definitely put, I know it's not that much, it's 18 cents, but it puts money back in students' pockets, which is the biggest priority that I was coming in for SABC. With that, that's gonna be the end of my report, and thank you all. So I'm going to, we're gonna move to the next thing, where I'm going to seek a motion for adjournment. First from Commissioner Rye, a second from Commissioner Fickenscher. Is there any discussion on adjournment? Would there be?
No, actually, serious question. This is important.
Commissioner Meister?
After this, if for some reason the student government does not approve our recommendation, how would we receive communications from you?
So you can expect an email from me, probably from the SGA Director of Finance email account, saying that we will have to reconvene. I don't want to speak for the Student Senate, but I hope that this will pass with flying colors, since it is an 18 to 29 cent decrease. So I don't foresee us having to reconvene, but if you do, I will reach out to you via email. And I will try to get everyone's availability for a date, and we will meet before spring break.
Aside from if we were to need to reconvene for that reason, is there any further responsibilities of this commission following tonight, barring that email from you?
As of right now, no. Again, if I do need further communication from you, you can expect an email from me. Commissioner James.
I'd like to enter into the record and entertain a request for you to consider at a later date. Should we come back and return, I'd like to have all the commissioners be furnished copies of this for consideration and additional context from Student Government Association of the Senate as to what we're turning back to. Just so if we get to that point, again, assumption we might not, but that way we have prepared materials in advance so we can deliberate that at a more expedited.
Yeah, again, I will provide those examples if we are to have to meet again, and I will provide as much detailed context that I can.
Unanimous consent for that. Seek unanimous consent for material to be provided.
I'm going to seek unanimous consent, since there is no dissent, that passes. So is there any further discussion on the original motion? No, we take it to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your placard. With that, we adjourn SABC 25-26.
Yeah. Only an hour over.
Okay. I couldn't quite hit the dream of a 6-hour SABC, but.
I am afraid that you jinxed it last week.
I didn't.
Bold to make deliberations one day.
We're still on.
Okay, well, that could be fun.
We used to have